Good morning, colleagues. If you'd like to take your seats, we'll make a start. Splendid. Thank you very much. Morning, everyone. I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. The Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please, can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. Good luck. I have received apologies from Councillors Connor, Maguire, Fuller, Atkins, Corney, Bradnam, Ambrose Smith, and Councillor Jonas King is going to be late. We are, oddly enough, down 3 Kings. Oh, we've now got 2 Kings missing. Well done. I'm giving Mrs. Rowe responsibility for that joke. So, may I move on to the item number 1, which is the election of Vice Chair of Council. Please, may I have any nominations for the office of Vice Chair of Council for the remainder of the municipal year? Councillor Moschini.
Please, could I nominate Mr. Chairman Doug Dew?
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
I would like to second Doug Dew.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Councillor Count?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate Councillor Mandy Smith. Mandy Smith has occupied the position before as Chair and has great experience in this area. I'd also like to add that part of the role is as a civic duty is going around Cambridgeshire, which is far easier if you're actually a Cambridgeshire resident, which Mandy Smith is, and I do not believe the other candidate is. So I'd far rather see somebody lives in Cambridgeshire to represent Cambridgeshire. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Count?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Any other nominations? In that case, there being no other nominations, we move to the vote. Mrs. Rowe. We're going to do this vote by hand. Those in favour of Councillor Doug Dew, please indicate now. Happy? Those who are in favour of Councillor Smith, please indicate now. Oh, good morning. Are you voting for Councillor Smith?
Chair, the result of the vote is 32 votes in favour of Councillor Dew and 18 votes in favour of Councillor Smith. Councillor Dew is therefore elected.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. I'd like to declare that Councillor Doug Dew is duly elected as Vice Chair of Council for the remainder of the municipal year. If you would like to come and join me, there will be a short delay whilst the computers are reprogrammed. If you'd like to sign that, and if you stand up and then read it.
I, Douglas Dew, having been elected to the office of Vice Chair of the Cambridgeshire County Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. I undertake to observe the council's code of conduct in the performance of my functions in that office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 17th of October 2023. Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, will you raise your hand now, please? An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Any comments? Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I want to draw attention to action log 173C, page 23, peat soil affected roads. Just historically, we've been waiting a long while for the report to come forward on the peat soil affected roads. The report acknowledged they are dangerous and need repair and went some length to itemize them. We waited a long while for that, but what we did not expect in that report was that report to tell us that we had to wait for another report to tell us which roads would be done, how and when. Now, I appreciate the need for this, but these roads are deteriorating faster than the actions that are ongoing. But talking about the future and the update, I want to draw your attention to the words that management plans for the most used soil affected roads are why I'm standing up. The soil affected roads, as we know, are dangerous. There's no two ways about that. That's acknowledged. And to simply repair them on a most used basis may well be popular with the populace and the drivers of this county by affecting the most amount of drivers. However, the difference between a soil damaged road and the possibility or likelihood of keys injury or even, God forbid, death when you're traveling at 30 miles per hour and you have small undulations on a level road is completely different to when you have a 20-foot drop to a river on one side and a 30-foot drop to farmland on the other, with bumps that are so severe that they are likely to knock a motorbike off their course. So I strongly urge the Joint Administration, the Chair of Highways and officers to revisit that context and look at it through the lens of the most at risk. Now, I appreciate that 1,000 cars an hour, 1,000 cars a day, where there's a 1% chance of serious incident, compares with something with maybe 400 cars a day. It has to be a lot more serious. But unless you look at it through the lens of who is most likely to be injured or perhaps even fatally injured, then it is the wrong approach. And I'm scared for the outcome of this if it continues in this way. So that's why I've stood up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Anybody else got anything that they wish to raise? Good, thank you very much. I have several announcements to make today. It is with great regret that I report the death of former County Councillor Roger Henson, who represented the Norman Cross Division on behalf of UKIP from 2013 to 2017. The Council's thoughts are with his friends and family at this very sad time. I'd like to invite Councillor Bywater, who knew Roger, to say a few words. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It is with a heavy heart that I've been asked to say a few words to remember and honour the life of Roger Henson, a dear former councillor, colleague and beloved resident of Stilton, who I first met back in 2013 after the county elections. Roger was not just a man of governance, he was an individual who embraced eccentricity, held strong values and stood unwaveringly by his beliefs, even in the face of opposition. His colourful personality brought vibrancy to many lives, leaving an unforgettable imprint on each of us. He stood firm in his convictions, facing challenges and hostile voices with an unyielding resolve that inspired those around him. His commitment to his principles was a testament to his character, leaving a lasting impact on our community. As we mourn the loss of this extraordinary individual, let us also celebrate the legacy he leaves behind. Roger's spirit, filled with passion and determination, will forever resonate in the hearts of those he touched. Our deepest condolences go out to Roger's family, who undoubtedly feel this loss profoundly. May the memories of his spirited nature and waving principles provide comfort during this difficult time. Roger Henson was a man who will be sorely missed by those whose legacy will endure through the values he championed and the indelible mark he left on his community. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bywater. It is also with great regret that I report the recent death of former County Councillor Claire Richards, who represented the Castle Division on behalf of Labour from 2017 to 2021. The Council's thoughts are with her family and friends at this very sad time, and I would like to invite Councillor Moschini, who knew Claire, to say a few words. Councillor Moschini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much. It is the second time in not too long that I'm having to stand up in this chamber and mourn and remember a good friend who was taken far earlier than time. Many in this chamber, or indeed the old chamber, will remember Nigel, my good friend, ward colleague, and Mayor of Cambridge, who was taken in office very, very early. And Claire was also a very good friend, a member of my group, who was busy in her division, busy in my group, and making me busy a minute ago, and I just cannot believe that she's not with us anymore. Claire was elected in 2017 at the same time as me. She was the first Labour councillor in her division for a very, very long time, for many decades, in fact. An achievement that was brought about not by chance, but because of her hard work representing and meeting residents. And we still stand on her record today, and she was never as proud of it as she should have been. When we were about to be elected in the spring of 2017, we had a group of residents in North Cambridge organised the hustings, and it was the first such event that I participated in. I was absolutely terrified. And on the day, I happened to sit next to her. And in the end, it wasn't quite all the preparation I had done and the experienced councillor that had helped me. But it was sitting next to her and watching her and seeing her heart that got me through the event and through many other events since. Claire had a joy and a passion about everything she did. I still think that she's in my group sometimes. I am really very sad that the funeral has already passed and I can't extend an invitation to it. But I would like to ask, for those of you who are new to this chamber and don't remember her, then I'm very grateful. Thank you for your attention and for listening today. For those who do remember her, and as I said, it was only a couple of years ago that she was here, if you can take just 1 minute to remember some of the work in committee that she did, some of the speeches that she gave, and just remember the love that she had, the passion that she had for her job, and to be thought of by us here with affection will be the greatest thing that would make her happy. The Labour groups, and I'm sure the whole council's condolences are with her daughter Helen and all the family and friends who loved her very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's also with great regret I report the death of former County Councillor James Fitch, who represented the Burwell Division on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group from 1985 to 1989 and from 1993 to 2005. The Council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time, and I would like to invite Councillor Lorna Dupre to say a few words. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. James Fitch was District Councillor for the Bottisham Ward from 1979 to 2003 and Chair of East Cambridgeshire District Council from 1996 to 1998. He was also County Councillor for the Burwell Division from 1985 to 2005, with a 4-year break between 1989 and 1993. James's funeral took place in Bottisham on the 8th of November. I first met James and his wife Harriet at their Bottisham home early in 2012, some years after James had ceased to be a councillor. He was delighted to host local party meetings for as long as he was able, and until very recently continued to deliver a few leaflets regularly in his street. One of his last actions in his community was in April, when he was helping residents with the ID they needed to be allowed to vote. James was the embodiment of the saying, think globally, act locally. He was very concerned about national and international issues, not least the environment and social justice. But he knew that as a local councillor, he could make a real difference to people's lives by doing things locally. James was a real local community politician, out and about in the villages, welcoming people newly moving in, always talking with residents and taking up their concerns, because however small those concerns might have seemed, they were important to James because they were important to his constituents. One of his local colleagues says he was like a dog with a bone. He never gave up. He kept going until he got a satisfactory resolution. One of the things he campaigned on tirelessly, if you'll excuse the unintended pun, was good cycle paths. And it was a cause of great celebration for him when the cycle path from Lode to Quay was finally opened in 2017, as he had spent from 1979 trying to achieve that final link to Cambridge. He had also been campaigning for the Burwell to Exning road to be sorted, as there was a humpback bridge that was extremely dangerous to cyclists. He had campaigned on that issue for years, so he was pleased to hear that a solution was coming to fruition. James's wife Harriet died in December 2019 at the age of 95, and James followed her a little under 4 years later. James was the epitome of an excellent local councillor and community representative. He will be much missed by local residents, by his political colleagues, and by his remaining family.
Thank you, Councillor du Preez. May I ask Council to stand in memory of Roger, Claire, and James? Thank you, colleagues. My next announcement is that Christine Birchall, Head of Communications and Information, retires on the 15th of January 2024. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank her for her untiring work since she joined us in February 2017. Her work during the COVID pandemic was noteworthy as she and her team worked to support the Council's communities through this most difficult time. The high quality of this work was commended by the Cabinet Office and recommended as a model for others to follow. I am sure that members will wish to join with me in wishing Christine all the best in her retirement. Her enthusiasm, commitment, and her drive will be sorely missed, and I know that she is with us, so I think it is appropriate to give her a round of applause. I'm delighted to report that the Children in Care Council work on their Every Word Matters project has been recognised with a National Voice Award from the National Children in Care Council. Their animated video of a discussion led by a care leaver is this year's Digital Award winner. Every Word Matters highlights how the words we use can make children and young people feel, and how important it is that we talk to them about the words that we use with them. The Children in Care Council, supported by the participation team, are active in creating change to improve the way services work with children in care, with many of their projects having relevance to all of us working with children and young people. I'm delighted to report that Swaffham Prior Renewable Heat Network, a community-led project delivered by the Council, working in partnership with the Swaffham Prior Community Land Trust, Government, and Bouygues, that is how you pronounce it, Energies and Services Limited, and the UK's first retrofitted village heat network, has won the prestigious EDNet Zero Award for Renewable Energy Project of the Year. The EDI Awards, formerly known as the Sustainability Leaders Awards, are the world's largest sustainable business awards and recognize green projects which are transforming the energy landscape for good. Members will wish to note that Cambridgeshire has become the first county council to be awarded silver membership of the 5% Club's 2023-24 Employer Audit Scheme. This award recognises the council's significant contribution to the continued development of all its employees through earn and learn schemes such as apprenticeships, graduate development programmes, and sponsored student course placements. On the council's behalf, I would like to send our congratulations to the Cambridgeshire Youth Justice Service, which has been rated as good overall by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Probation. The inspection found a highly motivated team of staff who were skilled and knowledgeable, and a service committed to learning and development. I am also delighted to report that Anglia Ruskin University was named the Times Higher Education University of the Year 2023 on the 7th of December. The Times Higher Education Awards are known as the Oscars of UK higher education, and the University of the Year award is the highest profile prize in the sector. Can I draw your attention, please, colleagues, to the overarching Joint Strategic Needs Assessment for 2023, which has just been published on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Insight. It provides a wealth of data and information on the population and health of our local area through a new interactive format. As chair, I'm nearly at the end, you'll be pleased to know. As chair of council, I attended the following events: Veterans Day at the American Cemetery at Madingley, the Armistice Day Service and Thinking Soldiers Centenary and Commemoration at Huntingdon War Memorial, Olive Alternative Provision Academy in Cambridge, the British Empire Medal investiture for Mrs. Patricia Covington at Great St Mary's Church, Cambridge, the launch of the Cambridgeshire Academy for Reaching Excellence, the steel signing at Kennet Primary School, the white ribbon flag raising at Newshire Hall, the opening of the new Huntingdon Fire Station and Service Training Centre, and the opening of the North Cambridgeshire Training Centre in Chatteris by Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal, the St Andrew's flag raising at Newshire Hall, the King's College Carol Service for schools, and the Fenland District Council Chairman's Carol Service. And I would like to thank former Chair of Council, Councillor Ferguson, for attending the Remembrance Service at Newshire Hall on my behalf. That concludes the announcements for today, and I'm sure you're very pleased to hear all of that. The next item is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. May I have any declarations now, please? Splendid. We move on to public question time. This allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided that they have given advance notice. Council has received notice of one question, the content of which had been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. Can I ask Mr. Lewis Herbert, please, to come forward and ask his question? Mr. Herbert, welcome to Newshire Hall. It's very nice to see you. When you're ready, do please proceed with your question. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry, I seem to have lost the touch for council meeting rooms. But greetings, everybody, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is to Councillor Beckett, the chair of the Highways Committee. Can the council advise how effectively and quickly it will tackle broken roads and properly fill potholes in Cambridge and market towns heavily used by local cyclists, motorbikers and vulnerable pedestrians, and improve the safety of local people and reduce the number of accidents caused by damaged roads last winter?
Thank you. Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you, and thank you, Lewis. It's good to see you back in the council chamber. I'm very sorry to hear about the cycle accident you had last year as well. It's something that affects all of us. I mean, personally, my wife actually hit a pothole not on one of our roads and actually lost her front tooth due to it. So I know the very serious effects that potholes can have, particularly on active travel users. Something this administration has been very keen on is recognising that fact. So we do have a paper coming to the next Highways and Transport Committee looking at maintenance of active travel routes. And one of the things we are looking at doing is building an active travel hierarchy, which looks at how we can make sure that we are deploying resources to fix potholes where they have the biggest safety impact, and recognising that cycle desire lines can often have a very different impact compared to road users. That is work that is ongoing, and we look forward to that coming forwards. This council is also putting together one of the biggest investments in highways maintenance that we've seen for a very long time. We have recognised that there's been decades of underinvestment in highways maintenance, and that has seen a lot of the poor standards that we currently have on our roads. It's clear to me that we do need a significant amount of investment in that. So I look forward to that coming forwards and seeing what a difference that we can make to our residents to help improve the state of their roads across the county.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Mr. Herbert, you have a minute to ask any supplementary.
Thanking Councillor Beckett. Following the recent dreadful death in Lancashire of a 94-year-old cyclist who hit a long-standing rut, the local highways inspector said at the inquest in October, and I quote, "They had been instructed to focus on holes posing a risk to four-wheeled vehicles. What assurance can Councillor Beckett give to Cambridgeshire cyclists, bikers, pedestrians that the council and all highways department inspectors will at all times give totally equal safety focus to all users and see the small ruts as well as the big potholes, and not only be fixated on the needs of car drivers?"
Thank you, Mr. Herbert. Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes.
I totally agree with you there, Councillor Herbert. I actually raised that exact point with Lancashire at a previous full council meeting, although just to correct my own mistake, I think I referred to it as Lanarkshire rather than Lancashire, so I apologise for that one. It is something that we take incredibly seriously. We have previously seen our maintenance hierarchy be focused on those on four wheels and not necessarily understand the impact that it can have different types of defects on those on two wheels. That's, as I mentioned earlier, one of the big pieces of work that we're doing now is looking at our intervention criteria and how they can apply to cycle desire lines and pedestrians. Pedestrians already have a different intervention criteria on our footways, and we also apply those intervention criteria around pedestrian crossings. But there is a lot of work to be done around cyclists, and that is a piece of work that we have had ongoing for a while, and we'll be coming forwards early next year to look at how we can improve those things. It's not just potholes, it's gritting as well and all sorts of other things. Maintenance can have a disproportionate effect on those on two wheels where they are far more exposed. But we do look at a very safety-based system, and we are looking at trying to improve safety and are obviously committed to Vision Zero across the county to reduce deaths on all of our roads where possible.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Mr. Herbert, thank you very much for coming along this morning and asking your question. And it's a great pleasure to see you, and have a safe journey home. The next item is item number 6, petitions, which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received, so we move on to the next item. But before I do so, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand and I will add you to the list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you will need to raise your hand. Do not press the button. I intend to be strict about both the raising of a point of order or a point of personal explanation. Just to remind you, raising a point of order means the member believes that there has been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law, so I will require the member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I as chair will be the final arbiter. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will be the final arbiter. I would also remind members that if a member rises on either of these points, any other member currently on their feet and speaking should immediately sit down until the point has been determined. We move on to item number 7. This is a report seeking approval for the purposes of Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972 for the absence of Councillor Mac Maguire from any meeting of the authority from the 12th of December 2023 for 6 months on the grounds of his ill health. I propose to move the recommendation and to ask the Vice Chair to second.
Please to second.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speakers on this item? Councillor Count?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Somewhat distracted by information being revealed online. Sticking to the course in hand, I had ability to speak to both Councillor Mac Maguire and Viv yesterday, his wife Viv Maguire yesterday. Mac is in hospital at the moment. He's in good spirits. I do not want to go into today to give a full health debrief, but he's in good spirits. And he was particularly buoyed by the information I gave him, that I said that the support that I understand is coming for this motion comes not only from his Conservative colleagues, but widespread. I can see nods all around, widespread throughout this room. His record of achievement, attendance, and his ability to interact with people from all political groups is well established, and he is a very, very liked figure. I also, as I said, spoke to his wife Viv last night, who is bearing up very well considering that these ongoing issues, and she reinforced that message that I'm giving to you today, that it is actually really helpful both to her and to Mac Maguire to learn of the good wishes and the feeling that they've managed to engender in the council across all of the years. It is a health condition, there's no getting away from that, but he has told me himself that he's in the best possible hands, and he has nothing but the highest respect for those NHS people that are looking after him at present, with a full expectation to return to this council, and he cannot wait to get back. I really, and Viv says he's so eager to get back. The moment that he's physically able, she'll be bringing him in here just so that he can join in once again. We know on our side that the amount of work that he puts in, we've had to fill those positions at committees, and it's an extensive piece of work. So, he really is a fully committed member, and we look forward to seeing him back here very soon. The last piece of information I want to give you is just how much he relishes being kept in contact, and that goes to all members of all parties. If you have anything you wish to share with him by text, by WhatsApp, a direct phone call or a visit, he would really appreciate that, because he likes to be kept in contact, and he would like to hear from all of you, not just from our group. So I urge you all, I know the respect you have, I urge you all to support this. I really appreciate the indication of support, and hopefully you can offer some kind messages to Mac and his wife, Viv. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I'm sure we all echo what you've just said. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I think I did ask whether I was also able to speak in support of this, just because I do think it's really important that we recognise from right across the chamber the work that Mac has done over many, many years for this council. He's been such a committed member of this council, and he's worked so hard for Cambridgeshire, actually. I haven't always agreed with Mac politically over the years, but actually the ability to disagree well is a really important part of our democracy, and that has always been something that it's been easy to do with Mac. He's always such he's a good debater, he's a good member of a committee, he represents his area really well. So I do think it's really welcome to be able to say how much we miss him and how much we are looking forward to him being back among us, and just to recognise how much work he's done for this county over many, many decades. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be very, very quick. I would like to put this on record. It's something that I will always be grateful to Councillor Maguire for, and I will repeat this in public when he's here in the chamber again. But just in case, I will never forget just how helpful and of assistance he was to me when I was struggling with getting my citizenship. I will never forget the extent to which we agreed on not just that, but quite a lot of other things. The help he gave me while he was chair of the council, the letters he wrote on my behalf. Didn't always get the response that we wanted, but there's nobody who does cross-party work better than him, and I miss him a lot, and I really, really hope to be able to look him in the eye in this chamber again very soon and tell him the same things. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, there will be a card at lunchtime for people to sign. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Sanderson. Please do, there's plenty of room on the piece of paper for comment. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo the comments made by Councillor Count, Metzinger and Moschini. I too think of Mac very fondly, and I hope very much he'll be back in the chamber with us very soon. He's, as Councillor Moschini said, he's always been willing to help, to work across party. I've spent many an hour chatting to him, getting his advice on traffic regulation orders and other highways things. He's got an incredible amount of knowledge on highways. And also we do like to know, I will take Councillor Count's suggestion and make contact with Mac. I believe he lives actually quite close to me, so more than happy to spend an afternoon chatting with him about Celtic Football Club's place in the centre of the universe. That might be a quick conversation, but certainly I'll make contact and wish him and Viv the best, and hope we see him back here soon.
Splendid. Thank you very much indeed. So I think there's a general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, could you please indicate? No disagreement, so we take that motion as carried. The next item is item 8, which is recommendations to full council from the Constitution and Ethics Committee. The proposed changes to the Constitution on pages 29 to 65 of your agenda. As Vice Chair of Constitution and Ethics, I move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted. Can I ask a member of the Constitution and Ethics Committee to second, please? Councillor Dupre, did you wish to say anything or reserve your right to speak? Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any comments or questions on Constitution and Ethics report? Right, well, Councillor Dupre, do you want to sum up the debate? There seems to be general consensus in support of that. If anyone disagrees, please indicate now. We take that motion as carried. Next item is item number 9, the Annual Audit and Accounts Committee Report 2022-23, included in your council agenda, pages 66 to 73. Can I ask Councillor Graham Wilson, Chair of the Audit and Accounts Committee, to move receipt of the report? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect this could be equally exciting, but if you listen very carefully, and then you can ask me questions at the end if you wish. So I'll take the paper as read, but I would like to highlight a few issues. Firstly, I'm very grateful to members and officers for all their work on the committee this year. The committee and its members conducted the business of the committee throughout the year in a very non-party political manner. We had intended to include that within the report, and I apologise to Councillor Bowden that somehow we missed that. The Audit and Accounts Committee exists to provide independent assurance on the adequacy of the Council's risk management framework, the internal control environment, and the integrity of the financial reporting and annual governance processes. Much more exciting than that might sound. We've appointed Mohammed Hussain as an independent, non-voting member of the committee. He provides external expertise in accordance with CIPFA recommendations and is a welcome addition to the committee. I'm very disappointed to report that there still remain 2 objections to the accounts for the years ending 2017 and 2018 with the Council's previous external auditors, BDO LLP. We've repeatedly received promises from BDO that the work was being done, and last week we wrote to various regulatory bodies to highlight the Council's experience and current position. We've now been promised that the final work will be with us from BDO this month. We will wait and see. You'll see we've also undertaken a self-assessment of the committee's effectiveness using the CIPFA checklist. Overall, we come out very well, but there are a few areas for improvement. One of them is to seek feedback on our performance from key stakeholders. So if you've any views on how Audit and Accounts Committee is working, do please let me, Councillor Gay, who's Vice Chair, or Councillor Bowden, who is the lead opposition member, know. Similarly, if there are any areas of the Council's business that you feel we should be looking at, please let us know. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take questions on the report or the questions or the comments I've just made.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Any comments or questions? No, you've got off very lightly. There is no decision required, so we move on to the next item, which is item 10, the Pension Fund Committee Annual Report 2022-23, included in your council agenda on pages 74 to 83. Can I ask Councillor Alison Whelan, Chair of the Pension Fund Committee, to move receipt of the report? Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Chair. You have the report in front of you, so I don't propose to go through in any great detail on this. The most recent actuarial valuation of the fund was at 31st of March 2022. The valuation revealed that the fund's assets were £4.3 billion, sufficient to meet 125% of the estimated present value of the future promised retirement benefits. Financial turmoil through 2022-23 financial year did see a modest reduction in the value of the fund of £71,000. The report covers the actions of the fund over the year and has links to more in-depth information about the fund elsewhere. I have asked that this report is looked at again for next year because it is a very, very dry report just to read, and like me, you probably found it sent you to sleep. The fund is absolutely clear about its need to adhere to responsible investment policies and has an aspiration to achieve net zero by 2045. More details are available on the pensions website in the committee papers. I'd like to thank all of the officers concerned for their support over the last year, and I would also like to thank all members of the committee who, both present and past, who have served to bring us to such a strong position for the pension fund. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. May I thank the Chairman of the committee for the inclusive way in which she has handled the Pension Fund Committee over the course of the last year. May I just ask for a clarification? Mention was just made of a reduction in the fund's value over the previous year by 71,000. Would she care to clarify that? Isn't the figure 71 million rather than 71,000?
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Whelan.
Apologies, Councillor Bowden, you are quite correct. All of these figures at the size they are, very often you miss off a few noughts.
Not to be encouraged, I suspect. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair of the Pension Fund Committee and all the members that actually sit on that. It's not purely county council members that sit on that. There's a wider brief, and we lead the committee. It's not entirely our responsibility. It's a separate responsibility. I really appreciate the speech. I don't know how much input went into the speech beforehand, but I point out that at the chairman's briefing for full council, I brought up the fact that the paperwork in front of us does not have the amount of money in the fund, and nor does, as in the 4.3 billion, nor how much funding does it have, which is 125%. This was missed out last year as well, and I brought it to the attention last year. All right, now I'm really glad we got it in the speech, but it should be in the covering document. And I'll tell you why it should be in the covering document, because it's all very well to hear about great things like governance and what we're doing about the climate action policy. But at the end of the day, the nuts and bolts of the Pension Fund Committee is to ensure that we have pensions payable to our members, the members of the pension fund, at the appropriate point in time. And by ensuring that, we need to make sure also that both that the employer's contribution is the right amount to achieve that. Now, this is agreed as part of a triennial valuation under normal circumstances. And I used to chair, for many years, I was in the same position. So I know a fair amount about what goes in. That's agreed as part of and back in those days, we varied from 60 to 80% funding. And we was always told, don't worry about it too much because we can adjust the employer's contribution. Other things happen. It's a snapshot of time in 20 years' time. So nothing's fixed, but you know, you haven't got enough money now, but with the increased rates, we'll get there. But the question posed back then was always, if you got to 100%, would you be in a position to start saying to the employers, you can reduce your contributions, all right? Now, there are two things that can happen when you get to 100%. One is you can start saying, well, if we're going to overshoot it, we're going to get to 110%, let's start reducing the burden on the taxpayers of Cambridgeshire because we know we'll have enough money. Now, the word no isn't quite correct. You'll never know you have enough money, but your estimates say you have. So you might go, well, we'll go for 115%, then we'll really know, and then we can start reducing it. But another way you can handle it is actually some of your stocks and shares, etc., are held in more riskier things that produce an uplift, equities, than gilts, say, that have a guaranteed return. So you start adjusting your equities downwards, your risky products that have delivered a surplus downwards, and locking in some of those gains. Now, there's a balance to be had between how much risk you take and how much you lock in, and that's the job of the pension committee. And it's our job today to scrutinise the work and the report of the pension committee. So we learn that we have been moving equities into gilts, but actually we're doing this not in the knowledge, because it wasn't in the report, that we're already 125% funded, which is why it's so important to get it in front of us, these figures, so that we can ask the question, when will the pension committee start considering whether to reduce the employer's contributions, which is actually a direct burden on the taxpayer? So I can't comment on what's right or what's wrong. That's for the members of the pension committee that do that job. But having identified this in the report, drawn this out of the report because of the questions that we've asked, the question I asked them to take away with for their next meeting, a future meeting, and also to the Chief Finance Director at Cambridge County Council to really press home that question: is the risk going too far? Are we getting too risk averse and protecting the pension pot too much at the cost of the taxpayer? Because that is the way it's starting to come across after 2 years now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Whelan, did you want to make any comment or just to note Councillor Count's requests?
I would just like to point out 3.9.5 in the report. It does actually state the value of the fund. It states the reduction over the last year, and it provides links to exactly where the rest of the information is. It doesn't cover the funding level, a funding level which is an arithmetic estimation of a future potential liability which we don't know about, and therefore it is very difficult to see whether or not that is a genuine permanent position that we actually have. I would like to think that we are in a hugely beneficial position. I would like to think that we could reduce tremendously the amount of contributions that are required. But we need to be absolutely certain about that before we start making major decisions. We also need to make sure that we don't just sit back into safe bets, such as placing all of our money into bonds. That would have played out well last year, wouldn't it? But we do need to make sure that what we're doing is maximising the value of the assets within the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Any other comment? Council, we are asked to note this report. So there being no other comment, I move on to item number 11, the Cambridgeshire Local Pension Fund Board Annual Report, included in your agenda, pages 84 to 105. I will move receipt of this report and ask the Council's representatives on the board first whether they wish to address the Council. Councillor Simon King and Geoffrey Seif. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I defer to Councillor Seif.
Councillor Seif.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm laughing because I wasn't expecting to have to speak on this at all. I've only been a member of the committee since March. And of course, the report that you're looking at goes up to the end of March. So I'm not best placed to speak on it. However, having been called what I would say is this, from what I've seen during the course of this current year, the work that is being done by the administrative team is extremely impressive. They have to administer, I've forgotten the exact precise number now, of pensioners. Somebody remind me, it's about 4,000. No, sorry, many more than that, and many different funds. And it's very complex because, as I was to find, there are adjustments to be made because pensions need to be amended because of various legislative changes. And I believe, for example, there are about 18,000, there's a figure I do remember, of amendments that have to be made under what is called the MacLeod remedy. It's a tremendous amount of work to adjust their pensions. And then, of course, there is the whole process when people are, first of all, registered on the scheme, pension scheme, and of course, unfortunately, die, and payments have to be made to deceased relatives and so forth. And they do this with incredible speed. So all I can say is that from what I've seen, the work that is being done is very impressive. And I would suggest that if what I've seen this year took place in the previous year, this is a report that you should receive, and I could commend it to you.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. Any comments or questions? We're asked to note that report. We move on now to agenda item number 12, which is written motions, and 5 motions have been submitted. We move to the first. Can you please move and speak to your motion as set out on pages 3 and 4 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to move this important motion about an issue that gets neglected by the press and perhaps in these meetings, yet it affects everybody. It is estimated that 10 million people's lives in the UK are directly affected by adult social care, including about 1.5 million care workers. Unless we die young or suddenly, we are all going to need some social care help one day to stay living independently in our own homes and or a place in a care home towards the end of our lives. Not that long ago, my mother was in 3 care homes before she died, and it was a nightmare, a cacophony of bells ringing constantly, the evidence of how short-staffed they were and of people's needs not being met. But these were not failing homes. They had good scores on their Care Quality Commission inspections. And I also saw many care businesses enforcing national minimum wage, and they gave us a lot of work, actually. And I witnessed more unanswered bells in care homes and domiciliary care companies failing to pay travelling time. I interviewed a director of what was then one of the big 6 care companies, and he did not want to pay workers for time they spent talking to domiciliary care customers. And I asked him about, well, if the care plan doesn't say open the curtains in the morning, should your workers open the curtains? He said, no, they do that in their own time if they do that. The crisis is down to Tory cuts and privatisation. Cambridge has suffered from the chronic underfunding of social care, with the government cutting spending nationwide by 12% between 2020 and 2019. A perfect storm is brewing because the Tory government has been underfunding social care for years, while private companies are unwilling to let their profit margins be eroded. And they do not believe there is any political comeback for the suffering and misery that their cuts inflict on our older people and other vulnerable carers. Recently, a national company closed 3 care homes in Cambridgeshire after repeated requires improvement ratings from the CQC. Requires recruitment means the CQC paying people were not always treated with dignity or respect. And reporting, one person told us they had requested a commode in their room. They stated, I was just told to go to the toilet in my bed. This company is owned by a limited partnership registered in the Cayman Islands and backed by private equity funds. It ironically calls itself the Kind Care Company. We should be aiming for excellence, but we find companies celebrating getting a rating of good. And there's a complacency in accepting the expectation that a significant percentage will get requires improvement or inadequate. We deserve better, and we need a change of government to do so. The Fabian Unison Trade Union report, Support Guaranteed, the route to a national care service, gives hope for the future. The report recommends that care workers should be properly rewarded for their efforts with better pay, minimum rates and terms and conditions set nationally and becoming aligned with NHS grades. The report also recommends a citizen's right to care and puts forward proposals to empower unpaid carers. It has proposals to move the mix of providers away from private companies and towards non-profit and public sector provision. In the near future, we are forecasting a 20% shortfall of care provision in Cambridgeshire, and we should be looking to try and fill this provision with public sector provision. The report says that public provision should play an important and expanding role, and it envisages that a national care service will be delivered locally through local councils like ours. And this won't happen automatically. We need to demand public sector provision, and we need to have the resources and skills in place so that we can successfully deliver that. Please vote for this motion and look forward to a future where our care workers and the people using the care services are treated with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Councillor Dr. Van der Ven, I have you down as seconding, is that correct? Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. The motion describes many of the things which the council is doing or plans to do to improve social care. Although mentioned briefly in the motion, I'd like to highlight the policy paper that is mentioned, a more caring society. This is a Liberal Democrat policy paper which sets out our long-term vision for social care and the plan to deliver a fair deal for the social care sector. Our vision for social care is based on the system already introduced in Scotland. It will introduce improved pay, conditions, career progression and training for care workers. It will improve a move towards preventative approach to social care. It will introduce a minimum standards for care with socially tailored service delivery. It will move towards full personalisation of social care services and add being an unpaid carer to the list of protected characteristics under the Equality Act. I'm assuming, Councillor Black, that as this policy paper is mentioned in your motion and the accompanying briefing notes, it is included in the list of initiatives to bring about a drastic improvement in social care provision. You didn't specifically mention it in your speech, but I'd be grateful for your confirmation of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Howard, before you speak, if I can just remind members to speak through the chair. Councillor Howard.
Morning, thank you. And congratulations to Mike Black. He's a new member of the committee, been very active as this resolution shows and improves the quality of what we're doing. So well done to you, Mike. It is important that we recognise the underfunding that exists, and it's not just us saying it. The cross-party Levelling Up Communities and Housing Committee of the House of Commons says that it is at least £7 billion nationally. Care England, the providers, not a political party, say that a majority of social services areas do not provide the right care at the right place at the right time. Cambridgeshire Insights say that on current trends, we're going to need £50 million extra in the next 5 years. Tell us, as we're putting the budget together this year, about where we can find that. Age UK says that there are 27,000 older people in Cambridgeshire who have unmet care needs. 27,000, that's every one of our division's members, where elderly people are not getting the services that they need. Meanwhile, staff turnover in social care in Cambridgeshire is 40%. 1 in 5 workers are on 0 hours contracts. And as Mike says, 5 contracts have been handed back by service providers because they just couldn't go on because of the pressure they face. Now, as a joint administration, we're not standing still. We're doing our absolute best to counter that. Our policies for the real living wage have already been complied by 84% providers, giving an average £1,000 increase to poorly paid care workers in the county. We've announced a care academy, which is ensuring that care workers have qualifications and career paths to keep them within the sector. We have dedicated staff to work with care homes and other providers. We don't just contract with them and deal with them through procurement. We're working with them every day to advise and to support them. We've won awards for the appropriate use of technology, and we have put prevention at the heart of what we do. But I want to say that I worry every day and every night about the quality and level of care which we can provide. And this debate shouldn't be about the opposition saying we're just attacking the government and us saying we can't do it with the government support that we're not being given. It should be a different debate where members, where we want to give positive messages. Members and officers do have a duty to make the best decisions and provide the best services possible, whatever the constraints. But we also have a duty to be honest with the public about the obstacles that we face in doing so. Yes, we have to motivate our staff, we have to attract new staff, we have to reassure the public, but we also have to be honest with the public about the challenges in doing so. If we want the public to trust us, we have to trust them. At the recent National Children's and Adult Social Care Conference, the lead counsellor for social care from Cheshire said, without certainty, we can't go on. The Conservative leader of Somerset County Council said, we cannot go on performing miracles. The lead counsellor for social care, a Conservative from Suffolk, talked to his own minister and said that when the government said they'd fix social care, they were not telling the truth. So as councillors, to our officers in our reports, and in our resolutions, including this one, we have a duty to speak out about the way that we are struggling to meet social care needs within our county. So the Conservatives, the real divide shouldn't be between us. It should be between local government and central government in order to get fill that funding gap. To my Lib Dem friends, yes, your policy paper is very clearly in this resolution. Very happy to clarify that. But if your aspiration is free social care, something that I think is questionable in terms of affordability, but is a good aspiration, and I'm quite happy to vote to work on that. But when we do have discretion in the forthcoming charges review, given that that's your policy, make sure that we use it to protect some of the poorest people within our county. And finally, to Mike and my Labour colleagues, this isn't just a resolution where we're complaining about the government. It's a resolution that says we can get things better. And as Mike says, the National Care Service raising the quality of care, giving new and better wages to care workers, and driving out some of the worst providers who are multinational companies who put profit before care. This is a better future, and it's a better future that this council should support.
Thank you for that. Commendable timing. Councillor Poulat.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Black, for bringing these motions, and congratulations for your first motion in the council. I fully support this motion and its recommendations. As a country, we are seen and judged by others by how we treat people who need our care and support. It is clear that national reform to social care is urgent, and a national care service is long overdue. The motion notes that 165,000 jobs in adult social care remain unfilled across the UK. Shockingly, this is up by 52% since the record of 2020-2021. The motion also rightly notes that poor paying conditions are behind high staff turnover, with a staggering 400,000 people leaving jobs in adult social care in 2021-2022. Of course, I really welcome the new Social Care Academy that our council launched this year, and our commitment as a joint administration to the real living wage, which hopefully will encourage more people to join this valued profession. Those are, of course, important local actions, but won't be fully addressed if the national crisis that we have in care isn't addressed at the national level as well. We cannot pretend that, at least in the short term, but I would argue at least in the medium term as well, our country is not reliant on international recruitment and migrant workers to fill many of those vacancies. And I am really, really concerned about the impact our national immigration system has on this sector. I'm not sure if everyone in this room is aware about the situation that migrant care staff are facing. For instance, the over 100 migrant staff who worked for just one of the companies that collapsed last month in our county. The health and care worker visa ties your immigration rights with your employer, making it difficult to change employers if the conditions are bad, and in some cases, it actually actively encourages exploitative conditions in our labor market. Because what it does is that the power sits with the employer and the Home Office rather than the individual. So the system that we have at the moment makes it even more difficult to keep your rights as a person, as an individual, if you lose your job through no fault of your own. So imagine, for instance, if you work in social care in our county, on one of those visas, the company closes and the employer announces, okay, we shut down, and you usually have around 3 months to find another job that is acceptable for your visa conditions, which are very specific in some cases, or face the threat of removal from the country. Our unions have been warning about this for many months, as the care sector is crumbling across the UK and more providers are out of business. And we actually must be aware, all of us as councillors, because many of the migrant staff who are now experiencing those difficulties are in fact our local residents across the county, yet very few people seem to make the case or speak about this issue. So if the motion is agreed today, which I fully support in its recommendations, I would urge everyone working on implementing the changes that we need to also consider migrants' rights as part of any discussion on workers' rights, because only in this way we can have a system that values all social care staff equally, regardless of where they're from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulat. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. I may be the only member in this room who has actually worked as a home help for Cambridgeshire County Council in the past. I did this in preparation for doing my nursing training. I was a late developer. And as such, I had the experience of working both in people's homes and needing the time to make things ready for somebody, food, feed them and so on. And short timing would have meant that I couldn't deliver the care I did deliver. Picking the snails off the floor in the kitchen was one of the things. I don't suppose that was on the list either. It might be suggested. I also, and point I want to emphasise, I worked in county council homes, night duty often, because I was quite a useful filler-inner. And that gave me a good understanding of the natural partnership that is present within the local government services between people's homes, domiciliary care, it's a bit official, people's homes and residential care. Sometimes you would have somebody who was able to go from one to the other and then back again. And that natural partnership, which is particularly embodied in Ditchburn Place, those of you who know Cambridge City, is a good one. And so, as Councillor Howard is saying, we need to emphasise the skills, the understanding and the natural partnerships that lie in social care with local authorities, and the gulf between that and central government and their level of understanding. When I was a qualified nurse, I was part of Lifespan, a new trust, these were being invented then, which was all about helping out the district nurses. That unfortunately folded. I would like that to be reinvented, but I'm not in a position to do that. Like most of the people in this room, though, I dealt with elderly parents and their care needs, and looked for the right agency, but I knew how to judge such an agency. That also can work, and as Councillor Howard has said, some people will be paying for their own care, but that still needs to be good, and our position as a scrutineer of the firms that deliver such care as agency is also key. And also, if we can help train the care workers who work for the agencies, just, if nothing else, show them what the county council has to offer in the way of training, our new academy, for example. This is all a natural partnership, and we need to be enhancing that. We are lobbying central government, but I hope we can be doing it together. I would love to see in future have the county residential homes back, but I know that's probably a bit unrealistic at this stage. But that natural partnership, without too much of the hierarchy or the bureaucracy that sometimes happens between the NHS and the resident, is, I think, a good one that we can help with. And locally, we can also help with making good use of the private homes, the ones of good heart who are not just in it for the money, because they can be a good way of helping the residents to access useful services. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. So this is going to be a little bit bitty because, to be honest, I wasn't going to really speak on this motion at all. I hadn't, to be honest, only very briefly read it. But I wanted to speak because it's actually got quite a few things in it that I find quite interesting and hopefully I can offer some insight into. So broadly, I support a lot of what's said in that in the motion. Carers are underpaid and overworked. 100% agree with that. No argument from me here on that one. Councillor Howard mentioned that the divide shouldn't be between us and it should be about the government, but with respect, I think this motion has kind of made it very divisive, and that's a real shame. I think it's very overly simplistic and very political. For a start, I don't think government of any colour has actually particularly showered themselves in glory with care. I don't think any of them have been great, Conservative included. I think that lots to be desired across the spectrum, and I think it's because it isn't an easy subject to deal with, to be honest. It's a very difficult subject. In terms of private care versus the public sector, I think we've heard a lot of comments saying that the private sector is awful and the public sector is wonderful. Let's not forget Lambeth Council, who had a massive child sexual abuse scandal where thousands of children were abused in social care, which was a council-run service. Now, I'm not saying, you know, all council-run services are like that by any stretch of the imagination, but we can all look at cases and point to cases that have been run by councils or the private sector that have been absolutely appalling. So it looks at the minuses of the private sector and it uses quite a lot of political buzzwords about that, but it does miss some key minuses. So, for example, one thing I would like to have had explored is what about the use generally of how these private companies seem to pop up in some of the poorest areas nationwide, including in Fenland, and have homes often with people from out of county, to then put a pressure on our services because it puts a pressure if an ambulance is called out, it puts a pressure on the police and all these various extra pressures. And it also misses some of the pluses. So there are some pluses about private care. Take mental health services, the low secure and rehab services, for example. The NHS services tend to take the easiest cases to deal with and they leave the more tougher cases for the private sector. If there wasn't the private sector, who would be picking up those cases? Because the NHS certainly don't have the beds. And we aren't saying to the NHS, this isn't good enough, you know, what are you playing at? So I find the comments about the living wage quite funny because the Joint Administration have said, we've had this at quite a few committees now, we say that the administration's pledges to pay the real living wage, but then we use private sector companies or homes that don't pay the living wage. They pay the legal minimum, but they don't pay the living wage. And it's quite hypocrisy to say that we want to do this, but then not make any steps to do it. So, for example, one of the things you could have done in the motion was to say that we will not place any people in any social care sector, any home that doesn't pay the living wage. Now, I know why you're not doing that, because then you suddenly find you have nowhere to place people. But that would have actually been honest and doing something that you say that you want to do. It also heavily focuses on elderly care. And what about learning disabilities? Learning disabilities massively matter. They aren't very rarely mentioned. We mentioned people over 50. And finally, I would just say that people that think that money is the sole issue as to why people don't work in care, I don't think respectfully have worked in care. Don't get me wrong, we want more money. I've got lots of experience in care. I currently now do visits to various homes and speak with lots of the staff there. Of course, money is one of the factors for sure. They do want more money. It is, you know, if you could be paid the same to work in Tesco's as in a care home, you're going to choose Tesco's because it's much easier if you're working in a service where you are having challenging behaviour. So you could potentially be going to work and getting hit. That is not fun. You know, that's not something you want to be doing. It is hard carrying someone to the toilet. That is difficult. It is very, very, very difficult work. And people don't always necessarily recognise that, and just saying have a bit more money and go away, that's not the answer. There's a lot more to it than just that. It is a really, really, really stressful job, and I take my hat off to everyone that does it.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't say that I worked as a county councillor, home care or carer, but what I can say is I am a carer. I was working yesterday as a carer or support worker, and I will be on Friday. I work privately. I work for myself, self-employed. I have done, however,
worked for many years as a carer, primarily for the Papworth Trust. So I'd like to think I got a little bit of experience. There's no argument here, I don't think, of what we want. I think we might have slightly different approaches, but there's no argument. The argument always is, always will be, and has been since 1990, so that's across all political parties with central government. That's where the problem lies. We have got a problem. One of the major problems, and it's just been highlighted by Councillor Hoy, is wages. Wages is the biggest problem because you can have a carer who's on minimum wage, who's dishing out tablets, who's got extreme responsibility on minimum wage. They go over to the supermarket for £1 an hour more, £40 a week, £2,000 a year more. So straight away, we have a problem with wages. Wages is the biggest issue that affects carers. There are other many issues as well, not also the fact that if you are a domiciliary care worker, you have to travel as well. So actually then that is also part where if you're based in a home, you just have the one area. We all know the problems. And I've got to say this, recent things with regards to immigration rules and with regards to not being able to bring out families is going to compound the issue even more in the future. That is going to be a huge problem we're going to face here, not only in this county, in all counties. Because that has been an advantage of being a carer from a different country. Coming here, you could also then bring your family. If that stops, we have got huge problems, a massive problem going to come in the future. The county council hasn't helped matters in the past. A very large rehabilitation project was set up. A contract was given for 1 year, and then the contract was withdrawn. We're going back to 2016. So that hasn't helped matters with the private sector. And sometimes when the private sector gets burnt, it doesn't like to put its toe back in that water because that has been scalded once, it doesn't do it again. So we have to take responsibilities. And sometimes we have to have a very long-term vision of what we want to do here. Because if we don't, and we don't show consistency, and we don't show people that we are willing to put our necks out and say, this is what we're going to do for the future, people won't do it. So I think it'd be fair to say here, with regards to this, we all know what we've got to do, but the biggest problem will always be, no matter what colour, will be central government. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. The easiest thing in the world to do is to point to a service that's having difficulties and say, this isn't being done well, the people deserve to be paid more. Who's going to disagree with that? They work really hard, they deserve more money. Who's going to disagree with that? Such an easy statement to make. And of course, it's the government's fault. They don't understand our problems. If only they gave us more money, we could fix everything. I suggest that if the next election were to lead to a Labour majority or a government under no control with Labour and Lib Dems or something, nothing will change. Right? The chairs will be moved around a little bit on the Titanic. Money will be thrown at some things and taken from other things. But the problems will remain. And the reason they will remain is because we're playing stupid party political games instead of actually trying to address the genuine problem. And the genuine problem is that there is a growing massive demand and a limited pot of funds to pay it from. You can't get around that. There's no magic money is going to appear. I know the old magic money trees are famous canard, but it's true. You can't get around the fact that there is a limited amount of money. And if you're going to throw billions more at a service, which is what you're talking about really, then it's got to come from somewhere, hasn't it? So it's either got to come from other services, which are then going to suffer, or it's got to come from the public who are already taxed to the hill. That's the truth. We all face the same problem. It's not actually that party political. We can argue about quite how we get to the points and quite how much tax we put on which people. We can argue about that. But the real problem, standing up and saying, oh, if only the government understood. The government, I'm sure they do understand, actually. It's just that they face the real problem of how do we spread this limited pie amongst unlimited demand? There's no way to do it. It's so difficult. We all face these difficulties. And I just think we would do better instead of standing up and saying, what we need is this government, what we need is this and that. And I understand, of course we do it, elections are coming. But instead of doing that, if we had a conversation and talked about the actual problem, we might get a little bit further, I think. No, I don't have any problem with this motion, really. You know, I'll support it. But I just think we're kind of wasting our time when we could be spending time talking about solutions rather than just throwing party political slogans at each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Howard was quite correct when he said that this subject should not be one which divides this particular chamber on party political lines. We are meant to be looking out for the interests of residents in Cambridgeshire, and on a subject as serious as this, one would hope that we should be able to put aside party politics, and that's why this motion is such a shame. When it starts off by attacking the government for failure, for underfunding local authorities, and then when you have the proposer of the motion ranting about this Tory government, not exactly language which is encouraging cross-party cooperation within this chamber. And that's a shame, because as we've heard from a number of speakers today, there is a great deal of potential for cross-party cooperation, because the needs of the community out there are clear to everyone, regardless of which political party you're from, and we all realise that we've got to do a lot better than we do now. Now, Councillor Boulat, interestingly, mentioned the concept of a national care service, which is something the Labour Party has been putting forward. In fact, Wes Streeting, their parliamentary spokesman on the issue, was speaking about this, as some will realise, only a few days ago when he visited the health service in Singapore. And I read the comments that he made with great interest. And he was saying that the problem is not about money primarily. The problem primarily is about the fact that producer interests, and that includes local authorities and local health authorities, producer interests are put before patient interests, and that it's important to rebalance the way in which services are provided, both in the health and the social care sectors. And I have to say, what he was saying, I know he's a Labour Party politician, but it was total common sense, completely correct. And I would encourage Councillor Black and Councillor Howard to listen more to what their front bench parliamentary spokesman is saying on the subject of care and the health service. We don't know what the result of the next general election is going to be, but it's quite clear that Wes Streeting is positioning himself so that no additional money is going to be coming to health and social care, but that he is going to try to effect some reorganisation, which I hope will be better than the previous few reorganisations there have been. So I think that this is a wasted opportunity, this motion. I can't support it because it's been made party political when it didn't need to be, and I would encourage any future debate on this subject to seek cross-party support so that we can work together in the interests of the residents of Cambridgeshire. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair, and just want to apologise for my late arrival. I had a hospital appointment. I was very reassured by what Councillor Howard had to say, because I would dearly love to support this motion. But Councillor Bowden has set out very clearly why I can't. And I think it's really a shame that Councillor Black resorted to the default position of cheap political shots. He could have done better, he should have done, and maybe it's his inexperience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off with the common theme of what a shame that we're in this position. We have some good parts of this motion that we thoroughly endorse and want to move ahead with, but when you're faced with an opening statement such as this one, talking about chronic crisis caused by the government, it's just so simplistic. It's unworthy of debate, and it's unfortunate. I did consider trying to find a way to amend this to actually support the recommendation at the end, which I give a lot of credence to the recommendation at the end, but there was just so much wrong inside the actual wording that I thought that was a futile gesture. And as we heard from the opening speech, there was a lot of politics being played out that I'm going to hopefully try and steer clear of. One of the other things that I found difficult to accept in this motion was the alarmist nation about our relationships with care providers. The alarmist statements saying that some of them provide unacceptable and exploitative behaviour. Now, I know that those words are lifted from the Fabian Society report. However, this motion appears to make it a view that is supported by the East of England LGA, which refers to the Hewitt's report, not this one. And that broad brush statement worries me, because if that is accepted today, that we kind of believe that that's where our adult social care providers are, then we're sending out the wrong message to our care providers in Cambridgeshire, and that we do value the services that they provide. Now, the Fabian Society report does have many claims, but some of those are contested by other experts from local government, central government itself, and experts in the care services. One of those would be the centralising care services, a one-size-fits-all approach. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. So here we have, on a national basis, 2/3 of people are unhappy with the adult social care provided, and yet our quality of life survey in Cambridgeshire says that the majority are satisfied. So that is the difference that local makes compared to national. And the reason that locals performed well is some credit due to the current administration, some credit due to the former administration, a lot of credit due to the officers who have carried this organisation along. But actually, it just shows that things that you can do locally can make a difference. So, for example, we introduced a training program for people to move up a progression route through the care that was introduced under the last administration, embraced by this one, and is going great guns, helping us out with all of the problems that there are going on. The proposal to mix move towards a non-profit and move everything back into local government as a public sector provision. Now that requires some careful examination, because whilst people assume it makes a massive difference, we've heard some great references of extreme failures up in the north of the country where it is gone that way. But we must also think about, whilst profit may not be commendable, it does actually provide an ability to drive change. Those companies that are seeking that are actually driving change, whereas if you have a non-profit organisation, it tends to lack resilience and innovation. So those are very important things that I think we need to deal with. The other thing that I'm concerned with is a national care programme. Whilst I agree with things like National Care Charter, a National Guarantee of Care, things like that, I don't agree with the National Pay and Conditions Award. Should it all be set at London rates, in which case, where's the money for us going to come from? I mean, goodness Lord. Or should London have a difference? Well, of course, London should have a difference, because we know that you can't live there with the same sort of money. But actually, Cambridge City is more expensive compared to the local wages than London, and that's borne out reports. So if we're going to make an accommodation for that and accommodation for other things, which is captured in the report, that there should be local flexibility, where does it stop? And what you've done by actually going for the national care system is you've created a whole new bureaucracy dealing with how flexible and getting that through Parliament, as opposed to actually getting something that works on the ground for the people in our care. So where I am in terms of with this motion, right, I do hope that we take on board the good points, the points that do work, and move forwards on those. All right, but I can't agree with the motion in its entirety because of the sheer political narrative that threads its way through that, and some specific examples. I won't undermine our relationship with our care providers in this way. So for me, I was stuck between vote for, vote against, and unfortunately, I'm going to abstain on this one, but I think you have my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Right, we have Councillor Dr. Van Ven. You reserved your right to speak. Nobody else has indicated, so now is your opportunity to shine.
Thank you. Thanks to you, Councillor Black, for bringing forward this motion. I'd like to talk about what the motion says on collaboration, not as a nice to have, but as a necessity. And many of the speeches just now have referred to collaboration. The motion opens by welcoming all efforts in the national conversation. I found plenty of common ground on adult social care across the joint administration. We might use different language, favor different emphases, and have different styles, but many basic principles are shared. Common ground on adult social care is also very much in evidence on an all-party basis in discussions at the East of England LGA. The joint administration could not exist without collaboration and working for consensus. We don't always agree, but we work very hard to find consensus. I think that the fact of being a joint administration has made us particularly inclined to work proactively in shaping the integrated care system and championing its principles of integration and prevention. The Lib Dem policy paper referred to in Mike's motion, A More Caring Society, contains a plea to all parties, which I think everyone here probably agrees with, to commit to collaboration over multiple electoral cycles in order to achieve transformational change, which everyone agrees is absolutely necessary. A key goal is free personal care, as Councillor Howitt mentioned, building on the introduction of free personal care in Scotland by a Lib Dem Labour administration. It can be done, but a starting point has to be a stronger platform of support from government to local authorities. Cheap electoral promises are unhelpful, and everyone's probably guilty of that. And the new Conservative government in 2019 announced that it would fix social care once and for all, but then paused its controversial reform plans halfway through its term until the next election. This council prepared for those reforms and wasted a lot of precious time and resource in doing so. Finally, Lib Dem policy advocates acting locally in collaboration, not dictation, and thinking internationally, where there's so much to learn from other ways of working and other ways of thinking. And Councillor Dupré referred to that earlier this morning in her tribute to James Fitch. On that note, I promised to pass on a recommendation from one of our public health team. Please watch The Blue Zone on Netflix if you haven't already. You can consider it work. For some thought-provoking inspiration about 5 communities around the world that are looking after their older people and people in need in very different ways. One of them happens to be Singapore, where public housing and public health are delivered together. And I'm sure that Wes Streeting will have been impressed with what he saw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, other broadcast providers are available. Councillor Blagg.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think it's been an interesting debate. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague Alex Bielat for her contribution and what she said about one of the domiciliary care company that has recently failed. And I have to say, I think it is a scandal that 120 workers are redundant. I am shocked at the shoddy way these workers have been treated. The staff at that company were all in essential jobs that still needed doing, and they now face a very real threat of being deported. The workers have only 60 days to get a certificate approved by the Home Office for a job with a new company. Despite the fact that whoever takes on all these contracts, they're still going to need these sort of workers. And it is a symptom of the way that we pass contracts from one private employer to another, that workers get stuck in this sort of position. And I thank Councillor Howell on this for agreeing that the changes to government immigration rules are unhelpful on this. And I'm pleased to see we're getting a little bit of consensus there. I'd like to thank Richard for filling in for me on the part of the motion that talks about what the joint administration are doing. And we have achievements here. And again, I'd like to thank Conservative councillors who've spoken on this, because there has been a lot of support, I feel, coming for what we are doing as a county council. And I think I should recognise that. I think even with the new government, we might want to put the same sort of pressure on. But yeah, so thanks for that. There was a doubt expressed about whether we are achieving anything with the real living wage. I understand the way we're doing this is that we are insisting that contracts with private companies should be based on them paying real living wage. And as they come up for renewal, we're insisting on that. I understand that with these contracts, so 84%, in 84% of cases, we now have the real living wage being paid in Cambridgeshire. So we are actually making inroads on that. But people have been right to say that staff care workers are underpaid and underrespected. And I take on board, somebody said that money is not the issue, but I think we've been taking advantage of the vocational field and the people who want to do a good thing there, who have been abused really in having a really complicated and difficult job being paid at the rock bottom. And that simply can't go on. And it does need a national approach, I believe. Councillor Sasser, I'd say, well, let's not try and be too realistic. Let's demand things. You know, I think we have a huge amount of new provision to come in. We should be looking at public provision. We shouldn't say that's unrealistic. We've got to put the pressure on and ask for what we want. And to Councillor Wilson as well, I point out the motion welcomes all efforts towards improving social care, including the paper that we've alluded to. I'm sorry that ended up getting dropped from the motion for reasons of space. I was under pressure for the amount of space in the motion. What we need to actually prepare for is what the next government is going to do. And if those things are part of the next government's programme, we need to take the opportunities that are there. But I do have to take issue with some of the things that are said here. I mean, I've been telling you about private companies. Another quote, relatives also told us they were concerned that there were not enough staff. This impacted on the way people are treated. One relative said the needs of people are just too high and staff are working very hard just to manage. There is no human touch. People have to wait to be toileted. They just get fed and watered. That's the situation we're looking at now. A friend told me that she'd intervened for somebody in a care home. She wasn't getting her teeth cleaned as she was expected. There was the short staffing was too much to get your teeth in. That's the sort of human dignity thing that is happening at the moment. And you know, I'd say, what sort of person would let their own grandmother not have her teeth cleaned when she needs it, just to knock a penny off council tax? And I'd have to say, if you are the sort of person who would vote to knock a penny off council tax and let that happen, well, don't vote for the motion. Because I'm going to come back very strongly here. This is a political motion. This is what I'm in politics for. This is where I see the divide between people in politics who want to do good and the Conservative MPs who've been in power for so long. I notice perhaps the most amazing bit about the debate we've had is nobody's actually defended the Conservative government's record. I think the reason for that is probably because it is indefensible. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Black. We now move to the vote. I'm going to take an electronic vote on this motion. Mrs. Rowe, would you like to start the vote, please?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 34 votes in favour, 3 against and 15 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Moschini. Can I ask Councillor Moschini to move and speak to a motion as set out on pages 4 to 6 of the Council agenda?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be very glad to do so. I'm going to start by telling a story. I want people to consider a hypothetical councillor, somebody who came to politics relatively new, who had perhaps long experience living and campaigning and working in their community, but perhaps not in a political way. Somebody who was utterly unfamiliar with the inner workings of local authorities, local government institutions, despite an interest in the outward decisions that are made. This person might be perhaps full-time employed, perhaps does shift or contract work, or has caring responsibilities, or a mixture of all of these things. This person comes to an interest in politics, perhaps encouraged to do so, and gets elected. And once they are an elected councillor, they might struggle. They might struggle with the inflexibility of some of our meeting dates and meeting schedule. They might struggle with the volume and language of our papers. They might struggle with the apparent intricacy of some of the process that is needed in order to get to some of the decisions that we have to make. And they might struggle with all of this while also struggling financially. This person might feel that they're different from the people that they join in this chamber. They might feel that they are not the same kind of person as perhaps the majority of other councillors, perhaps even a different kind of person than the officers. And they might feel quite strongly, and it's their choice as to whether they voice this or not, but they might feel quite strongly that they don't fit. This person will go on feeling that they have shortcomings, and that these shortcomings, this inability to adapt, this inability to understand, is the cause for some of the decisions that they would have liked to make, and they perhaps didn't go their way, perhaps deadlines were missed, perhaps things that ought to have been done in a particular way weren't. Perhaps this person had made promises that they thought they were going to be able to keep, and then struggled to keep that promise and will feel that it was their fault because they weren't the right kind of councillor. This person might end up leaving their role ahead of time, or they might stay, they might still be here, but they still feel that they're not good enough. Now, you will have noticed that as I described this hypothetical person, I mentioned no names, I mentioned no background, no race, no skin color, no anything else. If you think you recognize anyone from this description, perhaps you did. It's based on many, many people that I have met, many councillors across at least 3 local authorities, and just as many political parties that I have met in my career so far. Usually, the more someone feels that they are not wanted in a local authority, the more they feel they're not what that local authority wants or needs, the more they are exactly what that local authority needs. We shouldn't let anybody think that they don't belong, and we should support everyone to enrich the authority that they join, this authority in particular. Because when they leave, or when they decide so early on in the process they don't belong, that they never arrive, we all lose. In the little time remaining to me, I will just mention what this motion is not. We are not here to dictate selection processes to local groups, to parties, to anybody. We are not here to dictate the kind of people that any political party would put forward. We are not here to dictate to independents whether they come forward or not. But once these people come through, we need to make sure that they don't leave us because they aren't the right type of person. And I will expand on that later. But at the moment, I am very much hoping that there will be some level of cross-party agreement on this motion, because I think we've had people from all political parties in this chamber who were in that position, and we should do more to make sure we keep them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bulat, you are seconding this motion. Who would like to second it in that case? She's just got a horrified look on her face. Oh, sorry, Councillor Goldsack. Would you like to speak now or to reserve your right to speak? Splendid. Right. Who'd like to speak first? Councillor Count.
Yeah, point of order. Well, it's not really a point of order. I'd like to.
Perhaps you need to sit down again.
Well, no, I'm standing up. I'm standing up to interrupt the council on a matter of council business, but it's not a point of order. I'd like to propose an amendment. I'm hoping that Councillor Machini will take as an alteration. I believe that is with your permission, so you best hear it first, and then you can decide. Is that fair enough, Chair?
I'm going to take some legal advice on that, because I think once it's been proposed and it hasn't been altered, then it is as set down. But the monitoring officer is about to tell me that I'm either right or wrong.
If it can't be taken as an alteration, which is the simplest way, then I'd like to stand up and propose an emergency amendment.
Councillor Count, if you'd like to set out the alteration, I will then invite the proposer to either include it or not.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's just come to my attention really. I find it a bit embarrassing on behalf of the joint administration of the proposer, but I'd like to add the words care leaver to the list of protected characteristics. That was adopted on behalf as a motion to full council by Briony Goodliffe, according to my memory. It was adopted by this council. We think it's important to leave it out. Kind of demonstrates that maybe that was gesture politics on the day, which I don't believe. I believe it was well intentioned, but it's perhaps not well established in our memories. I noticed this because it's actually on the CPCA board papers and was introduced there at the last meeting, which I've just been referencing, and it's missing from this, whereas the others are listed. So I'm asking for the words care levers to be added to the line about protected characteristics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It does, if you're referring to the first paragraph, it does say such as, so the implication that it is not a comprehensive list. But Councillor Moschini, do you have a view on this?
I will very happily express my view, Mr. Chairman. First of all, perhaps I should apologise for not having put it in. It was not my intention to leave it. To save us further squabbling on this point, I am perfectly happy to accept that alteration to my motion. I don't know at which point Councillor Count noticed this. Up until the second I was about to propose this, if he told me privately, I would have just taken it. We don't need to posture on this.
Thank you. So, Councillor Moschini, I take it you are accepting the addition as proposed by Councillor Count. Members, I need consent of the meeting to agree that. That seems consensual enough, in which case we now have a slightly altered proposal. Councillor Goldsack, you have reserved your right to speak. Councillor Sieff was the first to indicate who'd like to join the list. Lovely, thank you. Right, Councillor Sieff.
Thank you, Chair. On the face of this is a motion about motherhood. We're in favour of motherhood. So I'm hoping that we're going to get unanimous support for this motion. Who amongst us would advocate that those wishing to contribute to civil society should not be heard, properly represented, or would put up a barrier to prevent or discourage them in any way from becoming councillors themselves? If we didn't know it before, the COVID pandemic has taught us just how much we all depend on each other's and each other's skills and abilities, regardless of whether our characteristics are protected or otherwise. And therefore, it goes without saying that their voices should be valued and respected. The 9 practical actions contained in the motion together will create a climate that encourages the widest possible participation, and by passing it, we would ensure that we confirm our commitment to the principles we've already endorsed with the General Equalities, Diversity and Inclusion Strategy, and set an example of good practice for other public sector bodies, and for that matter, commercial undertakings that they can emulate. However, there's a more compelling reason to support this motion, and why I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to it. You do not have to be an organizational psychologist to appreciate that any form of human association that does not take account of the interests and values of its stakeholders in its decisions is in the long term unsustainable. Ultimately, they will collapse through a combination of misjudgments of client requirements, managerial confusion in internal conflict, negative sentiment, and a host of other external pressures. And especially that applies to governments and even great empires. Revolutions ferment and dictatorships do eventually get overthrown. Our constituencies and their communities are our stakeholders. So this motion is not simply about respecting them, as important as that is, and giving them their rights. It is as much about the long-term sustainability of the council itself. We ignore their diverse concerns at our peril, but we will never know what they are unless we adopt an inclusive attitude, listen to them more carefully, respond more sensitively, and persuade them to take a greater involvement in civic affairs, and demonstrate that they will be welcomed openly and feel comfortable where they seek direct representation. Now, there is one particular aspect of inclusion that I would like to touch on very briefly. The motion highlights the lack of political engagement amongst various groups of stakeholders. However, our dysfunctional electoral system militates against involvement by both voters and potential candidates for elected office. People, particularly those who believe themselves to be excluded in some way, will not vote or will not stand for council if they think that doing so is ineffective. And it's certainly the case in so many so-called safe seats created by the first past the post system. The system must change to achieve fully the goals to which this motion aspires, but that, of course, is not within the control or powers of this body. Ironically, that is a classic instance of where reasonable demands of a significant body of society's stakeholders have been ignored by successive governments. And that too is unsustainable in the long term. However, I hope we can return to discuss that at some time in the future. But in the meantime, let us make a start in the areas over which we do have control and bring in the measures proposed by this motion. I commend it to you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bula.
Thank you, Chair. And it's great to see the motion today, which is inspired by the Diverse Councils Declaration and was passed already in councils of different political colours across the UK. I, of course, fully support this motion and its recommendations. I don't think it's controversial to say that our politics, both locally and nationally, is simply not reflective of the diversity of communities that politics is supposed to represent. Now, as individuals and as groups, for those of us who are part of political groups, we can do a lot more to encourage the voices of those who are not here in this room, or for those of us who are here in the room but are quieter in this room, to be more involved in democratic debate and local government more broadly. I have just been a few weeks ago to the Young Councillors Weekend training organized by the Local Government Association. And I'm not sure how many of you know that only under 16% of local councillors across the UK are under 45 years old. And as someone who worked on youth projects in the charitable youth sector, and I stopped being a young person a very long time ago in those projects, it is quite strange and surprising I can still be a young councillor until I'm 45 in local government. But the serious point is that it's so important to actually have training like this on kind of practical skills, but also actually have spaces for groups of people who are currently less represented, such as younger councillors, such as LGBTQI+ councillors, such as BAME councillors, for example, to actually meet and share their experiences, and often diverse and cross-party experiences of being someone from a less represented group in local politics. I would like to use this opportunity in this debate to highlight the very detailed work done in the Constitution and Ethics Committee on preventing abuse and discrimination for local members, because if you look at some of the research from the LGA and from the LGA, especially councillors census, one of the things that puts off people from politics, especially those from underrepresented groups who often experience discrimination in other areas of life, is actually the threat of abuse and intimidation. And I'm really, really glad that we put support in a cross-party way, the Debate Not Hate motion a few months ago, and actually start doing more detailed work on the Constitution and Ethics Committee in that regard. As the Vice Chair of the Community Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee, I'm also committed to working very closely with the Equalities, Diversity and Inclusion team on the EDI action plan as well. And I think it's really important that our EDI action plan across the council also reflects the diversity of members. And we discussed that in addition, of course, to discussing diversity of our staff. I will end on this. I think it's a very important motion. I'm glad we have this debate today, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. So I support diversity in councils. In my local town council, a third of the council are women, a third of the council weren't born in the UK. And so I think that's a really good thing. That wasn't a forced process. That was just a natural thing of a group of people with a shared interest of loving their town and wanting to make a difference. And that unites people, and it is a good thing. However, I absolutely don't see what this motion is going to achieve. We don't have any power to make people join to be a councillor or to stand. And I think things that we say that we're going to do in this motion, I don't think will change anything. I think parties themselves can and should show leadership. So they could absolutely reflect diversity in a party selection process. So Councillor Machini at the beginning said she wasn't advocating for that. That's a shame. I think we should be advocating for, if you strongly believe in diversity, why isn't your party advocating for that? I would also say if you want more people to stand without a degree that are younger, maybe from a different background, I think attitudes need to change in this chamber, to be honest. People shouldn't maybe come along and be mocked or laughed at because they perhaps speak in a clumsy way or don't articulate their points as well as someone with a PhD. You need to practice what you preach a bit there. One thing that did make me chuckle as well in the motion was the reference about turnout being low and wanting to increase it. Now, the reason it made me laugh is because I've often heard, oh, we'd only win in Finland if the turnout was higher, despite the Brexit referendum and the 2019 general election just making the Conservatives win more. So whilst I don't think this motion will achieve anything, I don't think it will actually do any harm. So I'm happy to support it and just say, be careful what you wish for.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome this motion and I will be supporting it, even though there is a logical fallacy within it. But we should have in a representative democracy, we should have a good degree of representation, and there are a whole host of characteristics which should be considered here, where it would be wrong to see a significant failure to represent those characteristics. But there are other councils where there are other matters. There are other matters where this doesn't apply. Let me give you an example, if I may, Chair. I'll wait.
I don't suppose you've ever been serenaded before, Councillor Bowden.
Chairman, you would be very surprised.
I would be.
Right. Let me give you an example. It is suggested here that councils, and for that matter, all representative bodies should reflect the diversity that there is in their local community. Well, one way which isn't mentioned here, where I don't believe that we reflect our local community, is I believe that, but I'm not making a party political point here, let me emphasize, I believe that across this chamber, the average IQ is going to be significantly higher than 100. Now, if we were truly representative of our area, the IQ would, by definition, be 100, assuming Cambridgeshire is as intelligent as the rest of the country. Yet, we have a higher average IQ than that. And is that a wrong thing? I don't believe it is. So let's just be a little bit careful when we say, rather blithely, that what we should be is exactly representative of our community. Should we have a good number of individuals to represent the percentage of our community who are criminals, for example? Would that be helpful? I'm not quite sure where they'd be in the chamber, but would that be an appropriate thing? No, of course it wouldn't be. And similarly, let's look at another rather more serious subject, Islamophobia. Now, University of Birmingham did a survey report last year, and they came up with an estimate that 18% of people in the UK, in England, I think it was, 18% of people in England are Islamophobic. Now, do we want 18% of our chamber to be Islamophobic? I don't believe we do. So let's be very careful about what we ask for here. And I think that Councillor Hoy got it right. It's the choices which are made in our local communities which are important. And we all, in our different political parties, have the opportunity to influence that. I'll take my own area of Whittlesea as an example. In Whittlesea Town Council, and Whittlesea as an area, last census showed well over 95% of the population is white. Of the Conservative councillors who control that council, 30% happen to be from ethnic minorities, 20% happen to be Muslim, including the council leader. Now, that's not a matter of quotas, it's not a matter of tokenism, it just happens to be the individuals who are best qualified who put their names forward for consideration. And I think that's what we need to do right across our county and right across all the political parties. Take individuals as individuals, don't look for quotas, and don't look to try to impose individuals just because they happen to have a particular characteristic. And I think, Chair, that, in fact, I'm going to leave it at that because I can see that I've already excited Councillor Netzinger enough that she wants to speak. So I better let Councillor Netzinger respond to that. But I do believe, Chair, we've got to be really careful. Treat individuals as individuals, not merely as tokenistic members of particular so-called minorities.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden, and especially for your confidence in the IQ levels of the assembled councillors present. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there's a lot to support in this motion and a lot that I'm happy with. I'll come to one of the deal breakers for me in a little while that I'll ask for some clarification on. But the first point I want to make is about representation of the public. It's vital that the public is represented in some form and best represented in some form. Now, in some cases that we may be fortunate enough, and that gives us a diverse council for them to look at and say that reflects our community. In other cases, it may just be that we have the right people here that do the job. And I would try and remind everybody that stood for election as a Cambridgeshire County Councillor that that's your job. Your job is to represent every race, every creed, every religion, and make decisions to the best of your ability. It is not your job to come here and think, I'm a white Christian, so I'm going to support those sort of beliefs here against the wishes of others. It's not your job to come here with your Cambridge-centric views and say what's best for Cambridge is what should be best for Cambridgeshire, a one-size-fits-all approach. Your job should be to actually think what's best for Cambridgeshire as a whole. How do we nuance that? And when we make those decisions, we've got to look at who we represent, and we represent, not in my case, not the people of March. I'm elected by the people of March, North and Waldersea, but the moment I got elected and crossed the threshold, I represent the people of Cambridgeshire. I am here with a brand name, March, North and Waldersea, but my decisions have to be based on all of the people that live in Cambridgeshire and serve them to the best of my abilities. Now, it might be at the next election we find somebody who's got a different race, colour, creed to me that may be as able, and maybe I'll step aside, maybe they'll move forward, maybe they'll get in. But the point is when they arrive here, it is to represent everybody and not obviously where they come from. One of the benefits, though, we can see when we do manage to get a diverse chamber is the people that are out there watching people like me maybe don't feel that I'm acting in their best interests because I don't look like them, I don't sound like them, I don't feel like them. So there's a higher degree of confidence when the people in this room as a whole look, feel, behave like the people out there. And therefore it's good to have increased diversity so that there's greater confidence in the system. It doesn't automatically generate better decision making. We hope that comes along with it. But it does inspire confidence in the system. And therefore, it may inspire people to go out and vote, may help people to stand for election. So I agree with those points. So I agree that there's good stuff in here, but it isn't an automatic fix-all. I mentioned a deal breaker earlier on. There's a deal breaker in here for me, and it's a matter of explanation to me. I've tried to research a little bit about a council of sanctuary. Now, the sanctuary in the old days, you knock on the church door, you let in, that's it. The police can't come in and cart you off. So I don't really know what a council of sanctuary means. Now, I tried to look up the rule of the land, and I know in the libraries debate, it was mentioned about the law, about if it was discovered that you had an illegal migrant, you wouldn't report them to the authorities. Now, I want to understand, is that what a council of sanctuary means? If the Cambridgeshire County Council knows that they have somebody that is breaking the law here, that they wouldn't report that to the authorities. If it is, I can't support this motion. So can I have some clarity on that, please? I cannot stand here and undermine the law of this land. If it isn't, you will have my support and I'll be welcome to support it. In terms of diversity, that I am worried, not on a deal breaker, but just worried about the terminology about tracking the diversity of the members. You know, will we be subjected perhaps to a DNA test to discover if I'm 1/4 Viking or not? In terms of representing our local area, I think if criminals were allowed, I think March would have the greatest proportion. For clarity, it's because HMP Whitemore is there, so we do have a large population, and for no other reason. But feel free to misquote me on Twitter or TikTok or wherever it is that you use these days. For me, Chair, I'll just wrap up. If we could have some clarity during the speeches or at the end, where we stand on that rule of law. If I don't get clarity, or if we can't negate that, then it can't have my vote. If we can clarify that, it can. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And at that point, I am now going to adjourn for 40 minutes so that we can go and sing carols and donate enormous amounts of money to a charity looking after children, looked after children. So please, if you can be back by 10 past, that would be, yes, I'm being generous. It's Christmas. Right. If you would like to take your seats, we'll make a slightly delayed start. Thank you, everyone, for coming down to sing carols and make donations. Just for those of you who may not have remembered to bring any cash, there is a QR code that you can use to donate within the order of service. So please do. It's for Break, who support looked after children across the county. The Chief Executive reminds me that he has sheets of card which you can sign goodwill messages for Councillor Maguire if you are inclined, so please do take advantage of that. And finally, just to remind you where we are in the course of the meeting, we are halfway through, he says optimistically, the second motion of 5, and we ended with a cliffhanger as Councillor Count challenged for an explanation, which I think is going to be coming. And the next speaker who indicated is Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to leave the cliffhanger to be responded to by others. I have some very short things to say on this. The diversity of councillors is something that has been close to my heart for many years. I was first elected as a councillor over 25 years ago, and at that point I was even more unusual than I am these days in my presence at the council. Since I had a young baby at that point, and during the whole of my 25 years in local government, I have juggled work, childcare, lack of maternity provision, the kind of poor availability of childcare for councillors, because our work is very infrequent. The days when you need it are not predictable necessarily. And some elements of council work happen in the evenings when conventional childcare is not easily available. One of the things that I'm really sad about is that I don't think that the way in which councils support councillors in terms of flexible working, maternity cover, paternity cover, or many other elements has improved in those 25 years. It's improved enormously for staff, but actually for elected officials, the improvements have not arrived. And in fact, there are some things which are worse than they were when I was first elected. And one of those, I'm ashamed to say, occurred under the coalition government, where councillors were no longer able to be part of the local government pension scheme. I think there are real things that need to change in the way in which elected councillors are supported and enabled to do their work. And I hope that this council will take forward energetically the things in this motion, and also continue to lobby central government for better support for local government councillors, because the work that we do here matters. And as Councillor Count has said, it does matter who is in this chamber in order to be able to make sure we are making the decisions with the insight of people from many, many different backgrounds. One final thing to say is that during those 25 years, I was also diagnosed as dyslexic. It has never stopped me from being a good councillor. I think it's really important to be clear that that actually many people of many different talents can be good councillors, and getting that message out is really important. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, I have nobody else who's indicated to speak, so this is your last chance before I call on Councillor Goldsack to second the motion. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Well, I find myself standing here today the second time, totally in tune with the ruling administration, although the first time was 5 minutes ago downstairs. And can I just add, if you're totally in tune with me, you need to practice more. I'm gonna lance the ball on this straight away. The county of sanctuary. If this means, or if this meant, as Councillor Count says, that we would openly break the laws of the land, then it would have been a no from me and seconded this. But I've researched it. I've done the research that I can on this, and I can find nowhere in the research that actually says that is the case. We have had debates in here on the library case when I believe some of our members said that that would be their position, but not a policy position. So with that in mind, I'm very happy to second this motion. And let me quite briefly tell you why. I seconded across the floor, the debate not hate motion that Councillor Bulak put forward, and that gained cross-party support. This motion actually dovetails very nicely with that motion. And therefore, I feel, based on my previous actions, This is why I can stand here and second this motion today. I'm going to be very blunt, and I'm sure I know that Councillor Machini won't be offended by this because they're partly her words. It's a bit of a motherhood and apple pie motion. Let's be blunt about it. Somebody whispered in my ear that maybe it should be a parenthood and apple pie because that would have fitted better with the motion itself. But it's not a huge hitting one, but it's important because we don't want any minimal, if any, barriers in the way of anybody that wants to sit in this chamber and other parts of council. And therefore, the 9 action requests in the motion actively support this. Councillor Machini and I have worked through this over the last week or so, and we have now a motion that is recommended. Really, it's non-confrontational. It's quite straightforward. It's actually just saying, can we make this as free and open to anybody that has a desire to come into here as possible to represent their communities? Therefore, and especially at this time of goodwill, I would like to second this motion and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Moschini.
Chairman and everybody, thank you very much. I have a couple of clarifications and many thanks that I need to do. First, in the clarifications, let's address this county of sanctuary issue. We talked about this with Councillor Goldsack when we were working through this motion. The charter and the website and everything else does not reference anything at all to do with immigration policy. There is substantial flexibility within the charter for councils to do a lot of what they like in this space, all within the law. I am not aware of any council that is operating outside the law on this matter. There are many signatories to this charter. There is not always an obligation. There's some obligations for Home Office reporting, and those are always adhered to. There are some that are not obligations, they are encouragements, and councils vary in the way of the reporting that they do. We have not finished work on this. We haven't got a policy position on this in our own pursuing of this charter, and I encourage all members of the COSMIC committee to engage with this as it is brought forward, to bring their position to the debate so that we may hit our own sweet spot in that regard. Another clarification for Councillor Hoy, who mentioned political parties' positions and work on which the Labour Party has many policies and many positions on inclusion and gender parity in the selections that they do. That was not and is not anything to do with this motion, I'm afraid. I am quite happy to bring a motion on that if people would like me to. But there is nothing in this motion and nothing that this council can do to influence that. So if people would like clarifications on the Labour Party position on these things, I'm quite happy to talk to them outside this chamber. When it comes to thanks, I will, first of all, not engage too much with some of the more quirky points that were made earlier. I would hope that we have in this chamber a lower proportion of criminals than out of it. I hope so. I similarly hope we're smarter than everybody else. Personally, I'm not entirely sure I would bet on it, but I'm glad that people think that. In terms of thanks, in no significant order whatsoever, thank you, Councillor Goldsack, for the work you've done with me and for seconding this motion. It means a lot, and it shows that you don't have to agree with every word in a motion in order to second it, because most of the important points, as long as there's agreement on those, that's good. I would like to thank my colleague Alex Boulat for the work that she's done and will continue to do in her committee on issues that matter very much for the well-being of councillors as we head into, we have already been for quite a long time in a political climate that I think is unprecedented for some of the challenges it brings. I would like to thank my colleague Bryony Goodliff for the work that she did for care leavers and the motion that she brought for recognition of the care leaver protected characteristic. It's something we all feel very strongly about. There was a standing ovation for the speaker of that motion when they came last time. And I was going to mention this anyway, but I should credit Councillor Count for mentioning it. It's very important. And I am also told that the one protected characteristic that is not mentioned in this motion is adoption leave. So this is something we should all be mindful of. And as we work through the implementation of this motion, hopefully that will be part of it as well. There are many members in this council. There are members in my group and members in all groups who have disabilities, both visible and invisible. I would like to thank them very much for what they bring to this council, for the difficulties that they face, for the work that they do to champion their communities. And I really hope that this will make their life just that little bit easier. I would like to thank all the members that are migrants. We have many, again, in my group and other groups. I'm one of them. And this was brought to my attention many times, certainly in the last year. You know, what are you doing here? You don't understand England, apparently. But I would like to thank them for the support they've given me and the fact that altogether we represent better than that. And finally, I don't expect unanimity, will be nice, but I do expect, and I think I can hope for some level of cross-party support. This means an enormous amount for me. It means more than I can say. And I think I've always believed that despite the fact we argue in this council, we bicker, we sometimes are a little rude to one another, that's fine, I can take it. But we are at heart all good people who care about our communities, and we all want each other to do a good job. And in that spirit, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to a vote. I think we'll take an electronic vote on the motion. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result is 48 votes in favour, no abstentions, none against. That's unanimous and carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. Well done all. That concludes the discussion of the second motion of 5. We now move to the third motion submitted by Councillor Boulat. Can I ask Councillor Boulat to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 6 and 7 of the council agenda? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Claudia, one of our local residents in Cambridgeshire, asks us today, why isn't it considered an NHS emergency when you lost your tooth bridge and your tooth canals are exposed? I'm just waiting until I can't deal with the pain anymore, just to have the extraction after. They booked me after a month of when this happened, which is ridiculous. I paid all my prescriptions and I'm trying to survive with the new increased prices. This is an experience that too many people across the UK can relate to. Let's hear from another resident today. In 2021, I needed to see my dentist. I phoned to make an appointment and they said I was 2 days over the 3-year limit that I hadn't been to the dentist. I explained that I was getting over agoraphobia, which is why I hadn't been to the dentist in a while. The receptionist asked her colleague if there was anything they could do, and she was told no, I would have to come back as a private patient. The silly thing is there are 2 dentists in a 5-minute walk of my flat and both are private. This was Helen's experience, and I can definitely relate to that. Private dentists are within a very short walk to my flat, but no NHS dentist is available in the whole district to take on new patients. And finally, let's hear one other story from Karen, and she says to us today, I've had toothache for over 2 years, and I just cannot afford to get it sorted. The last time I went, I spent £70 on an emergency appointment, waited 20 minutes to be seen, just be given a prescription, which I then had to pay for. So just under £100 overall. 2 years on, I still have the same problem, but with everything going up and the price of electricity, I can't afford to do it. I don't mind paying if I had the money, but I feel they just can't charge way so much for the average person. Something needs to change, she tells us. And I think most of us agree. Something does need to change. I met Simon, who is in the public gallery here today with us. Welcome to the County Council, Simon. In my local division in Abbey a few months ago. He's part of the Toothless in Huntington campaign group, which is part of the wider Toothless in England campaign. The group collected so many lived experience testimonies, and I would like to have enough time today to go through more of them, but I can't do so within the 5 minutes. Because they really do highlight the difficult experiences that our residents have every day. From Duxford to March, from St. Neots to Ely, and across the city of Cambridge and beyond, there are hundreds of our residents with similar experiences to those that I read to you today. And it is clear to everyone who cannot afford a private dentist that access to NHS dentists has been rapidly declining in the last few years. The Cross-Party Health and Social Care Committee in Parliament report on the NHS dentistry concludes that NHS dentistry faces, and I quote, a crisis of access, and calls on government to, I quote, undertake urgent and fundamental reform. Of course, we can't change everything locally. It will take national government to act and to work with us locally. Above all, we need to call on government to reform the units of dental activity contracts, which are pushing more and more NHS dentists into private practice. However, I do hope this motion proposes some pragmatic and local level ideas as well, including discussing how we can work more closely with our integrated care boards who have a new responsibility to commission NHS dentistry to improve local services in Cambridgeshire and address the inequalities of access in dental care. Working with campaigns such as Toothless in England, resident campaign groups to actually bring those local lived experiences, the everyday experiences of our residents, to any discussion around policy on dental health in our country and our county more specifically. To continue working with Cambridgeshire schools, promote education on oral health, and where possible, focusing on prevention, targeting those public health messages to children and our young people across the county. And finally, encourage the integrated care boards to explore the feasibility of mobile dentistry like other counties have been exploring, especially in areas which are less served by public transport, and this is highly relevant to our large rural communities. If we're serious about prevention, we must all ask how we can actually best support our residents in what is currently an NHS dental crisis in our county, our region, and across the UK. So I hope this motion is not too controversial. I hope you can support this motion today and to make some progress towards having an NHS dentist for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boulat. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, to be Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Howard.
Firstly, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, Councillor Boulat, for bringing this forward and also for sharing those very moving testimonies about the difficulties of dentistry access in our county. I do wonder what sort of country we live in when for some time last year, there was no dentist available on the NHS anywhere in the whole of Cambridgeshire. That dentistry is the second most common complaint to Health Watch in Cambridgeshire, that tooth decay is the most common reason for children aged 6 to 10 to be admitted to our hospitals, and the horror stories of people doing DIY dentistry, literally taking out their own teeth here in the 21st century. In Cambridge, we even had a refugee resident who found it easier to get dentistry by going back to Ukraine rather than seeking it within our county. Two of our region's Conservative MPs in the debate in Parliament said that, I quote, East Anglia is the largest dental desert in the UK. And in response to that debate, the British Dental Association said ministers have done little more than rearrange the deck chairs. This resolution says that current access to dentistry in Cambridgeshire is unacceptable. Now, I want to say I have some sympathy with our integrated care board colleagues who only in the last weeks have taken over from the national framework responsibility for dentistry. And in discussion with them, we've said, we'll give you a bit of time to get hold of it and to take action and to make a difference. And I think that's the right thing as their partner for us to do. I also want to place on record, because I think we educate the public in these debates, as well as ourselves, that if you have an urgent dental crisis, if you ring NHS England's customer contact centre, you should be able to get an appointment, although you might have to go a hell of a long way in order to get there. But as Councillor Boulat says, this is about what we can do as a county council to turn the sentiments in this motion into action. We do have representation at different levels of the Integrated Care Board, and I think this resolution charges our representatives, members and officers to champion the cause of dentistry in their attendance. We will, as we have already, use our health scrutiny function in order to hold the local health service to account at the right time for the progress that needs to be made on dentistry. And I think it's fair to say that our work already in this area has helped bring forward the proposals for a dental school within the county. We will, working with my colleague Councillor Goodliffe, use our education function and our public health function to champion children's oral health. And we must recognise the recognition between poor oral health in children and poor health overall for them as children and in their future adult life. And we should, as Councillor Boulat says, work in partnership with community organisations within the county to try and promote the aims of this resolution. I congratulate what she's doing with Toothless in Huntingdon, but I also place on record my congratulations for Healthwatch, who have made this a major issue and continue to advocate hard. And of course, this resolution obliges us as a council to make representations to government, and it is proper in that context for us to do so. I want to say on behalf of the Labour Party that as part of our Building an NHS Fit for the Future programme, we have pledged to provide an extra 700,000 urgent dental appointments nationally, to reform the NHS dental contract, which is at the heart of these problems, to recruit more dentists to areas with the most severe shortage, and to take action to protect children's teeth in the way I hope we can do in the meantime already here in Cambridgeshire. When you go online and look for a dentist and you click, it says not accepting new patients. This resolution changes that around, and it says that we have no patience for not accepting.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bywater.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hewlett, for bringing this motion. I am going to be supporting it. I just want to give some personal reflection and just a few comments, really. Approximately 27 years ago now, I was a lone police officer walking the beats of South Manchester on a particular dark night when I was seriously assaulted as a result of being recognised. And since that time, I've had serious issues with my own teeth. I lost a number of front teeth and damaged a large proportion of my other teeth. And since retiring from the police, it's been a cost that I've had to incur for my public service. It's cost me personally to look after my teeth. And only a couple of years ago, I received a very pleasant letter from my NHS dentist saying, thanks, but no thanks. Go and find your own private dental health care. So this is my own personal problems that I'm having. And this is echoed by many, many people that I speak to in my own community. Only last week, I was speaking to a chap who'd just come back from Turkey following some dental treatment. He's going to go back for some more implants. So people are having to find concerning alternatives to getting treatment within Huntingdonshire and the wider area. And my wife's also a paediatric nurse. She's worked on children's wards up and down the country, and more recently has been in Huntingdon working on Hollywood. And over the years there, she noticed a huge increase in the number of young children coming in. The lists were ever increasing about the oral health of our young people within the area. I think it's crucial to support our young people, and I welcome the comments regarding the schools and how we can support young people and educate them, because ultimately we're storing up a problem for the future if we don't look after our children's teeth. So my plea to members is to support this. I think we need to do everything we can to champion oral and dental healthcare, because I'm an example of if you don't get it right, you have years and years of issues, and that, trust me, is very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slatter.
Thank you. Try not to duplicate what's been said already. Everybody in this room knows that there's a shortage of NHS dentists. And I say dentists, this is a people issue. Why are there dentists who cannot work for the NHS? It's not that they don't want to, but they cannot afford to. I expect there are also many people in this room who know dentists and have been hearing for years now the problems created by the contracts that they have. And how they essentially, a lot of practices do it at their own expense if they take in NHS patients, despite the dire need for them. Some reference was made in our briefing to the fact that the Corporate Parenting Subcommittee wrote the year before last about this, because we were concerned about the initial dental check, which is a priority when a child comes into care. Because for those children come into care because of neglect, that will very likely be a neglected mouth. And if they don't get dental care, then they have lifelong problems with ugly teeth, deformed teeth, and embarrassment on top of their other problems. And clearly, as corporate parents, we are particularly concerned for them. We know that the problem lies with what central government is doing, and I won't repeat what has been said. It is a matter of lobbying nationally, but also of acting locally. And Councillor Howard has talked about the ICB, and that's quite right. There are some things that we can do as county councillors. We can look out for any opportunities to add to the training of people working in social care to include mouth care. This can be done without unleashing unqualified dentists on the population, of course. And there are courses and ways of doing this, and it may be something that come into the Social Care Academy. But hygienists who are appropriately trained to look after some of our more vulnerable residents, such as those with dementia or with learning disabilities, the sort of issues that make it almost impossible to get them to open their mouth, let alone look at their teeth. Suitable training for that, and suitable training for educating children in our schools, for whom we are also responsible. The presentations by somebody in a white coat in a school may well add just that extra bit of authority that your parents don't have. And just as somebody who was taught how to clean somebody else's teeth, I would certainly want them to learn how to use electric toothbrushes properly. None of my grandchildren seemed to be able to, but it is a very different way of doing things. And just something so simple like that could prevent a lot of the development of dental caries. So we've got watch out for our local opportunities where we can help get that basic care into the communities. And please, if our leaders can write to the government and our MPs can lobby at that level, I hope we can look our children in the eye a bit better when it comes to the care of their teeth. Cradle to Grave missed out in 1948. They missed out the mouth and the feet. We need to put that right.
Thank you for that. I have 9 more speakers, and that does strike me that we are rowing in the same direction on this. Councillor Van der Ven, you're next.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank Cambridgeshire Community Services, CCS, one of our NHS health partners, who are responsible for children. They treat us 4 times a year to a quarterly liaison group meeting for our Adults in Health Scrutiny Committee. This has given us a chance over several years to enhance our understanding of this problem. So that's an invaluable resource to our scrutiny work. And as Councillor Howard said, we are planning to bring another scrutiny item on dentistry when the ICB feels that it can work with us to do some meaningful work. In terms of the ICB, they've been given responsibility without any funding. We've heard that story before. That is a really serious problem. And I know, they've told us openly, this is an absolutely daunting responsibility. And then I wanted to mention also a report that was sent to us earlier this year by Cambridge Refugee Resettlement Campaign, CAMRAG, who produced a report called Painful Misalignment, which was commissioned in response to what they encountered on behalf of refugees in Cambridgeshire who desperately needed access to dental work. It's a comprehensive report. I urge you to take a look at it. It's so good. Health Watch, I think, took it on as their foundational point of reference. And finally, yes, contracts and workforce development. Without that, we can't promise appointments. So I look forward to the next government's focus on workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I must be getting cynical in my old age, and I sometimes wonder what the point of these motions is. Not that I disagree with it. I know residents who've made the same complaints to me. I've suffered it myself. I'm a little disappointed to hear so much mention of vulnerable groups. Toothache is just as bad, whether you're a vulnerable group or not, particularly if you can't get it treated and they're trying to work. It affects everyone. So I don't think we need to focus on special groups. My problem is that motions like this, they talk about making better representation to government, like any government listens, you know, like the next one will, like any of them have in any genuine way. They talk about getting one acronymed organisation to better scrutinise another one. It's nonsense. I would like to see some actual solutions proposed in a motion like this, but we don't propose them because either we don't know a solution or we're too scared to actually have the discussion, which is the same discussion as previous mentioned motions, which is an ever-growing demand and a limited pot to pay for it from. So I'm afraid if you're not prepared to engage with the actual issue and say, how are we going to use our limited funds to get the most for the most people? If you're not really prepared to actually put some suggestions forwards and just constantly demand that government does the work for you, nothing will ever change. Thank you.
Councillor Hathorn.
So I'll just be brief. I think there are tangible things that this council can do. I've got 3 children in local schools and none of them have ever been taught how to clean their teeth. It has never been easier to see videos about this type of thing, but I wouldn't know where to start. So just by speaking to the dentistry profession and coming up with really good quality videos about how to clean your teeth, both with a manual and an electric toothbrush, that would be an unbelievably helpful thing to do. I think this is important for adults as well as children. I've never learned how to clean my teeth with an electric toothbrush despite using it. National Smile Month is the 13th of May to the 13th of June. So it'd be really good if we could, for example, signpost those videos every year. So, you know, it's a start. It's not going to change the world, but there are tangible things we can do, which would be really helpful. I think this is a really good motion. It's a really important issue. And yes, we all feel the pain of tooth pain.
Commendably brief. Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, mine's going to be even briefer. It's not just about NHS dentists. I couldn't get in privately last year. I tried, rang every private dentist in the town and they weren't accepting anyone. So even if you're prepared to pay for it, you can't always get in with a dentist. So it is a widespread problem.
Again, commendably brief. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Burdett, for bringing this motion. At primary school, we had a dental clinic with a dental nurse. And there were no anesthetics then. We called her the murder lady. But the benefits have been immense. Now, I don't want to repeat what others have said. I agree with what everybody says, except that dental infections are associated with an increase in inflammation whole life. So the longer something remains untreated, the worse it gets. So this is storing up problems, including strokes, heart disease in later life. It is something that we definitely need to deal with urgency. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sanderson, you reserved your right to speak, seconding the motion. Now is that time.
Thank you very much, Chair. I welcome this motion from Councillor Bulat, and I'm happy to second it. Let me begin my remarks by quoting directly from the group, Toothless in Huntingdonshire. I'm delighted to see them here today. And that title leaves you in no doubt how critical they see the situation regarding dentistry services in my division and elsewhere in the county. They state, we need to drive home the desperation and pain that patients are going through when it comes to accessing NHS dental services. As many members may know, Toothless in Huntingdonshire and its national equivalent group were invited to an event at Portcullis House in Westminster after submitting evidence to the Health Select Committee inquiry on NHS dentistry earlier in the year. Those findings were published in July and advised, and I quote, the government needs to undertake urgent and fundamental reform if people are to receive the dental and oral care they need. And as with most things connected to central government, any central government, they highlighted the fact that they were returning to the recommendations made by their predecessor committee some 15 years earlier. These recommendations still haven't been implemented. Initial changes had been made to the NHS dental contract in 2022, but the committee argued that a fundamentally reformed contract needs to be implemented. That's what we need. There are also concerns that the government has not yet engaged with the committee's most recent findings 4 months after their publication. We're all familiar here with the importance of preventative healthcare and early intervention. And that's vital when it comes to oral hygiene, where we do not have fluoride in our tap water here in Cambridgeshire. Early signs of oral problems and regular checkups also encourage medical professionals to intervene and encourage smoking cessation where advice and guidance to patients on how to achieve this is provided. Felon, of course, has one of the highest levels of smoking in the country. The lack of accessible and affordable healthcare, dental care also exacerbates our levels of inequality. A Healthwatch Cambridgeshire report released in 2019 shows that between 2017 and 2018, more than 14,000 patients were turned away from dentists, with the highest numbers in Wisbech and Peterborough. The figure for Huntingdonshire was 2,700. And data recently obtained from NHS England and Wales, released on the 20th of January 2022, shows more than 2,500 dentists, nearly 8% of the workforce, stopped treating NHS patients last year. And it seems that we have a contract at the moment that puts the interests of dentists over patient care, with funding at least 30% less than it was more than 10 years ago. Not a single penny of the government spending review last year allocated more funds to NHS dentistry. In other words, there's little incentive for dentists to recruit NHS patients, and it's more lucrative under the existing contract, which was reset as recently as April this year, for dentists to recruit and retain private patients. So what is the way forward? Well, I'll quote Simon Brignall doesn't mind from his group, which I think put forward some excellent ideas. We need an NHS dentist for everybody. We need reforms to the NHS dental contract that will encourage dentists to provide NHS treatments, revenue to cover the 50% of the population who are underfunded by the government, NHS dental treatments to be free at the point of use, people to be prioritised before shareholder dividends, no more privatisation, and an end to the two-tier system. Unless we make these changes, we will just widen the two-tier dental system in our country, something that we've already seen in other countries. So I urge members to vote in favour of this excellent motion by Councillor Bulat today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. It's really great to hear cross-party support on this. I think I have some talent for cross-party motions and less controversial topics. So thank you so much, Councillor Howitt, in the first place, for highlighting some of more local facts and figures for us, as well as the work that the Integrated Care Board does locally and how we can best engage, especially on children's and with our Healthwatch as well. I think our health scrutiny function, as well as a council through adults and health, is also very important in this respect. To Councillor Bywater, thank you for highlighting your own personal experience using those services. And I think it's what you mentioned about more people seeking treatment in other countries is unfortunately really common. Like most of my friends who are from migrant background just go to their country of origin for dental treatment, even if they've lived here for 20, 30, 40 odd years. And this actually can put pressure on other countries' services as well. So have to think this in the kind of like, you know, international context as well in terms of like healthcare provision. Councillor Slatter, thank you for mentioning how councillors can support more this work locally, especially focusing on messages around prevention. And yes, your mention around electric toothbrushes, it can be quite a learned skill for some people. Councillor van der Ven, thank you for mentioning, highlighting in particular the experience of migrants and refugees. I think for some groups, there's even more unequal access to dental provision. I do agree with Councillor Tierney, it is, you know, a bad situation for everyone. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily worse for one group to another, but in terms of the legislation, some of the NHS access, it can be a bit different depending on your status. So Councillor Hawthorne, thank you so much for listing that, you know, the motion has some tangible benefits and that we can all work together locally to make some of those changes. I do agree with Councillor Hoy. It is also difficult in private dental provision. I think it's the experience of many people I met as well. So it's not saying it's only we can't get an NHS dentist. I think we have a shortage of dentists overall, but then more and more dentists, NHS dentists in particular, are pushed into private practice. And of course, for those residents who can't afford to go to private practice, we need to ensure that the NHS system is a bit better. Councillor Shaler, thank you for mentioning how it's actually we're doing this work on prevention, and dental health actually can prevent other complications that can lead from not doing the work on prevention in the first place. And overall, I just in relation to Councillor Tierney's comment, I did work on this motion in the spirit of having something that's not too controversial, that's not too political, that is cross-party, it's a problem that faces all our residents. And I did deliberately try to put some local, and in fact, like at least four local level suggestions we can work on. I think we might have to read the motions a bit more carefully before being against by default on various proposals, but this was my personal opinion. So finally, I would like to thank Councillor Sanderson for seconding the motion and highlighting some of the work done by Fritz in England and the local groups as well. I would like to thank in particular the residents, especially the 3 residents who agreed to share their testimonies today in my opening speech. And I will leave you with this, just this one last statistic for you today. 18% of 5-year-olds in Cambridgeshire have visually obvious dental decay. So let me repeat this, it's 18% of under 5-year-olds in our county. So they're already experiencing problems. It's 1 in 5 of our small children. So this for me, just looking at this, getting this data from our public health team, I just looked at this and I thought, this is simply unacceptable anywhere, let alone in such a wealthy economy. So we do really have to do something on this, of course, locally, of course, it's a national issue as well. And I do genuinely hope that on this topic of NHS dental access and especially prevention, things can indeed only get better. Thank you.
Right, we will now move to the vote. I'm going to take a risk here. There seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, please raise your hand now. In which case, we will take that as accepted. Thank you very much. That concludes discussion of that motion. We now move to the 4th motion of 5 submitted by Councillor Hunt. Can I ask Councillor Hunt to move and speak to his motion set out on page 8 of the Council agenda? Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've heard it said already today that we are here to represent the people of the county of Cambridgeshire. And I believe we have an absolute duty to do that, even if it isn't the view that we hold personally. We are the mouthpiece of the people we represent, and by that I mean the people of Cambridgeshire and also with special interest in our own divisions. I believe there have been some major failures in some of our systems just recently. And most of these have been things that have been done to the population, not with the population. I just quote a few examples to you. You'll be fully aware that there was the major fuss about the congestion charge in Cambridge. Now that was, to my knowledge, there was a very minimal consultation done with the people of East Cambs, Hunts and Fenland. And even after the loaded questions which were asked, which were things like, do you want a better bus service? Do you want it cheaper? Do you want it? Even then, 58% of people said they didn't want it. But even then, the authorities, and this is a mixture of this authority, which is the Highway Authority, and a Greater Cambridge Partnership, even then they went ahead until they drove it to the death. But I noticed it's still sort of lurking away in some papers I read as being a possibility of future. But how you can do something when 58% say no, 34% say yes, and I just think it wastes money which we can ill afford. In principle, I like the 20-mile-an-hour limit when it's used with moderation, when it's used near schools, near places where there's a lot of people about, or where there's clearly a danger to people. But I think the blanket approach is not the right one. However, I want to be advised by the people I represent. And I give you an example. I went with a colleague of mine, another county councillor, to Soham the other day, and there was a discussion about they want the officers who were county council officers they'd got the momentum to introduce this in Soham. And then when we drilled down and said what was the result of the consultation, there'd been 6 replies from a town of 9,000 people. 3 of them didn't want it, 2 didn't know, and 1 did. And the one who did had been in the town for 1 year. So there was going to be an introduction of a blanket 20-mile-an-hour limit, irrespective of the goods or bads of it. There was going to be this thing, and fortunately, we said no, not until the people of Soham know what they're voting for, know what they're supporting, and you know, if they're going to have a life-changing regulation in their town, they should at least be asked properly on a face-to-face basis, and there should be no assumption that everybody in Soham has a laptop or a computer. There should be an assumption that everybody can go to a face-to-face meeting. In Ely, we had a similar situation. Now, I live in Ely, and I've lived there for 35 years in the same house, on the same electoral roll, and so any excuses about, oh, we were in a changeover because you'd moved house or something, weren't valid. I didn't hear a dicky bird about this. I made some inquiries about why I hadn't. And one of the answers came back is, oh, we put it in our election manifesto way back in May. But if you lived in Ely, you'd know that I'm known as a Conservative, and I never get any leaflets from the opposition because my place has large Conservative signs on it. So I don't get any. So is it right in saying only that Conservatives weren't consulted? I don't know. I don't know. We've got another idea of a campaign or plan to stop turns at the Catholic Church crossing in Cambridge. I understand this is going to cost £7 million. And I should think by the time it happens.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. You've had your time.
Okay.
Do you have a seconder?
I do have a seconder, yes.
Are you going to share out with the meeting? Councillor Count, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Happy to second, Chair, and I reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Coutts.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hunt, if you could switch your microphone off, please. Councillor Hunt.
The core purpose of this motion is to ensure that the consultations, when they take place, and this is a motion about consultations, that they are inclusive, impartial, and that they attempt to consult all those who are significantly affected by a decision. And if that was all there was to this motion, and I think everybody else in this room, would be happy to support it within the limits of cost and practicality. But the devil, as they say, is in the detail. When it comes to the 2 examples used to illustrate the supposed problem with our consultation systems, I'm afraid I have to part company with this motion. First, taking the Making Connections consultation, as the officer briefing outlined, this was actually an extraordinarily successful consultation exercise. Remarkably, it produced 24,000 responses, a huge number for such a survey. And as a result, to the deep disappointment of the plan's supporters, a number of whom I know are in this room today, the responses to that survey caused the proposed changes to be abandoned. It seems to me that this was clearly a very successful consultation. Such was the publicity over this issue, it's hard to imagine there was anyone within the county who wished to respond who failed to do so. However, my main concern is local to my area, the view being expressed that the consultation over the Ely 20 miles an hour scheme was inadequate. This scheme, which was requested unanimously by the City Council 2 years ago and endorsed by that same City Council unanimously and more strongly still just a week ago, was not only subject to consultation for twice as long as required by the statutory process, it was also covered by the local paper, the Ely Standard. It was highlighted on a Radio Cambridgeshire special in which I and the leader of East Cambridgeshire District Council both spoke. It had flyers distributed for 2 weeks on market days. It was the lead story, as Councillor Hunt has mentioned, in our party's leaflets, which are distributed to nearly every house in Ely. The strangest statement of all in the motion is that residents from Ely's surrounding villages will be more effective than Ely residents. I have puzzled over this claim ever since I heard it, and I'm afraid I can make no sense of it at all. The prime beneficiaries of this scheme, if it takes place, will be Ely residents, whose streets will be safer and whose air will be cleaner. They will also have the inconvenience that their journeys within the city take a minute or two longer. They will be the people on whom 95% at least of this scheme's impact will fall. In comparison, there will be minimal effect on people living in surrounding villages. The 10-mile-an-hour reduction in speed will add at most, and that's assuming there's no congestion, 1 minute per mile to a journey. Tesco's supermarket and the railway station are 100 metres and 400 metres from the start of the proposed 20-mile-an-hour limit, meaning 4 or 16 seconds additional journey time respectively. Much of the route to the main visitors car park in Barton Road in Ely, where I live, is already an existing 20-mile-an-hour scheme. Time taken to reach this from the edge of Ely would take at most an additional 30 seconds. And if, as hoped, the speed restrictions encourage more residents to walk or cycle than drive, then visitors will actually benefit from reduced congestion. These minor inconveniences are insignificant.
Chair, if I may. Yeah, I'm going to ask for a point of personal explanation. I'm not going to give it, I'm going to ask one. Is that permissible?
No, because it has to
I've
refer to something that's been said by you in the course of...
Encourage the member to stick to the motion and not talk about a campaign for a 20-mile-an-hour zone in Ely. Thank you.
I think he is sticking pretty firmly to the motion, actually, if I may venture an opinion. Councillor Coots, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yeah, to return to the motion, I was just commenting on that strange statement in support of this motion. These minor inconveniences are insignificant in comparison to the effects on residents. To claim that they would be greater simply does not make sense. When we explained the consultation to shoppers in Ely Market, those from outside the city all said it wouldn't be right for them to comment as they weren't local. At the last meeting of this council, we supported a motion from Councillor Hunt aiming to reduce traffic nuisance in the village of Hadnam within his division. The needs of the residents in this case were quite rightly paramount. I, as a resident of Ely, would not expect to be consulted on that proposal simply because I occasionally drove down that road. The same applies to plans for Ely. The arguments on which this motion is based, that non-residents should have a greater say than residents on what happens in their own local streets, is clearly false, and I therefore cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coots. Councillor Machini.
Oh, that was early. I would like to thank Councillor Hunt for this motion, I think. 2 things. There is absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever with having a look at the way we do consultations or the way our partners do consultation. There's nothing wrong with that. We do that already. We do that a lot. And as Councillor Hunt and everybody else would be aware, we consult across a range of policies in a range of committees. And indeed, I believe there isn't a committee in this council that hasn't overseen an important consultation. And there will be one very important being launched after the meeting of SNRMP next week to give the starting gun on our budget process, as there is every year. We have had some interesting debates in this chamber about the use of the F word, not the F word, no, but the word false. I know that there are different views as to whether that should be used or not. I am not beyond supporting a motion where some bits I don't agree with. I never have been beyond something like that. But when there are things within the motion that are patently, like, shall we say, factually inaccurate, then I cannot support a motion like that. Let's have a look at what this says. And I've very conveniently shut down my computer, so maybe I won't be able to look at what it says. Fenland, Huntingdonshire and East Cambs had no or minimal consultation outside of Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire with regard to making connections. That is patently untrue in the most blatant way. Now, the list of events that were held and consultation events that were held, both online and in person, is in the public domain. It has been FOI'd many times. And it's absolutely possible for everyone, including Councillor Hunt, to check indeed just how many events were held in Fenland and East Cambs. The other thing that I would like to mention is that there was some criticism aimed at the GCP during the consultation that when they went to Ely, they were tucked away at the back of the library rather than in the market square. Now, I know that Councillor Hunt sits on East Cambs District Council, and perhaps, this is going to be for a future moment, not just now, but perhaps he would like to explain at some point why, if the council were so keen to have a consultation event held on the market square, why they refused permission when we applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit puzzled by this motion because, of course, the consultations that Councillor Hunt mentions were robust. They followed the correct procedure for consultations. The motion proposes to review and refresh the engagement and consultation strategy via COSMIC. And the strategy hasn't been reviewed. That's absolutely correct. And I think that'd be a good time to do that, to revisit and refresh it and ensure it's up to date and supports the council's commitment to consult and engage well with our residents. But of course, we're already, and I can provide some examples, consulting via the community service, which was restructured and went live in April 2023. This provides support from the corporate centre of the council to help services engage with residents, provides us with the staff group who can link with all teams to bring conversations closer to communities. For example, they can help set up in-person workshops and local meetings to promote consultations through local networks. There's some of the service supported young people from across Cambridgeshire to engage with the development of the all-age carer strategy, and with parish and district councils as part of our decentralisation closer to communities pilots, including topics such as net zero, climate change and street lighting. So this shows a commitment to ensure that we have an effective strategy to guide our consultation and engagement, and we have the capacity to work with people locally to ensure that their voices are heard. So I will not be supporting this motion, and I think we already have a lot of these functions in place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. The motion before us looks to improve consultation by the council. That, in essence, is perfectly supportable. What isn't is the continuing tropes that Councillor Hunt uses in his motion. And there's one particular one that my colleague on the GCP, Councillor Machina, has already referenced, which was the Making Connections consultation that Councillor Coutts noted that there was 24,000 responses. It was one of the most successful consultations in our local history, and it went wide and far. So in asking for a very reasonable request for better consultations, perhaps Councillor Hunt would be better advised to look elsewhere, because that consultation was a statutory consultation. It was monitored by the Consultation Institute for its veracity, and it was very carefully scrutinised. So that's really all I've got to say, and I clearly can't support this motion in its current state.
Thank you. Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague, Councillor Coutts, has actually covered most of what I wanted to say. I will say that I do think the regular reviews of policies are a good idea. And if that was what this motion was about, I would be supporting it. But it's not. It's about political posturing. Chair, I do not recall Councillor Hunt seeking my views or the City of Ely Council views on 20 miles an hour for Haddenham, nor the 30 mile an hour scheme in Wilburton, which he spoke so vociferously for. But making sure the public are aware of these consultations is important, and everyone is free to send in representations no matter where they live. In Ely, we were so concerned about whether or not people knew that this scheme was being proposed. Not only had we put it on our leaflets that we delivered to nearly every house, I designed a flyer, and I've got a copy of it here if Councillor Hunt wants to see it, which we put out through a great many doors in Ely, and that we got out on the doorstep, actually in the marketplace, actually handing out. But we were stopped. East Cambridgeshire Markets refused to let us carry on handing out leaflets to people. Perhaps Councillor Hunt then needs to speak to his own administration, which he is part of, if he is so concerned about the communication of these schemes. What was noticeable from the people we did speak to was a lot of them were from outside Ely, and their comment was, this is not to do with me, this is for the people of Ely. We had to ask them repeatedly to make their comments because they counted as well as everybody else. We did everything we could to make sure it happened. Other people, other authorities did their best to stop that communication.
Thank you. Councillor Hoy.
Yes, thank you. So Councillor Machini said people don't have to agree with everything in a motion to support it earlier on. And then luckily she's remembered that and corrected herself now, because obviously it's a bit difficult now and you can't really use the argument, even though she said she didn't agree with some of it, but she broadly agreed with it. I could point out that if you didn't agree with the part about Ely or the congestion charge, you could have proposed an amendment, but you didn't, because probably the truth is you don't support it. And you just try and sort of get out of it, because again, it's another thing where congestion charge comes up, people feel uncomfortable. I've heard a lot, I don't know anything about the City of Ely consultation. I've got to be honest, I don't live in Ely. I don't know anything about it. But a number of people have spoken and made the point and likened it to Hadnam and said, Hadnam consultation, why weren't we consulted in Ely? So I think what you're saying is Councillor Hunt's right. People aren't consulted widely enough in consultations. So consultations perhaps do need to be looked at going forward. And for me, I'm just a bit, I mean, when I read it, I thought, oh, maybe they're going to get angry about the congestion charge. But then I thought, well, actually, if we actually, what are we actually asking for? What does it actually say? It just says that we want the committee to consider revisions to its engagement and consultation strategy. That's really simple, just to consider something. You could have considered it and made all the points you've just made and said, actually, we're quite happy with our engagement policy. So I just don't understand why people would be so anti considering something at a committee. It seems like there's something more underlying here.
Thank you. Councillor Roulat.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to focus for a minute on what the motion actually is asking for, because I put some thought into this. And it asks the Communities Committee indeed to consider revisions to its engagement and consultation strategy. Fine, it has been reviewed since 2017. So like, you know, we could look again into it, and I really would welcome Councillor Hunt's suggestions in, you know, what those revisions should be. But then it does say, and I quote, to fully include all those who can reasonably be expected to be affected in an impartial manner. And I think is the problematic thing for me, because there's a difference between like including, so such as putting, you know, notices in the press, like having leaflets around, having like websites for consultations and so on, and actually saying like, well, you know, I'm a bit upset I missed the leaflet, or I didn't like complete the consultation on time. I think it's a very fine line. You can, you know, be inclusive, but like you can't actually expect everyone to see something or to respond to something. And unless we do local democracy by direct referendum on every single consultation and issue, if we live in a representative democracy, that is simply not possible to say like everyone who had a chance, like, you know, actually could respond. This is just an impossible ask for me, but maybe that's just my personal opinion. So I do agree, like we can review it, of course, like that's, you know, like one asked the committee, but I don't agree with this, you know, this phrase. I don't think it is implementable, like, you know, just simply like that. And also I definitely don't agree with the political framing. After reading the text, I do see this motion, to be honest, as an attempt to revive the congestion charge debate, which to me personally, it is dead in the water after the GCP said no to the plans. So I wonder if in 2 years' time we'll just be sitting here reviving the congestion charge debate through whatever other topic in motions. And the briefing outlines very clearly to me how the consultations are run. We have rules and procedures for that. So yes, we can review the policy, but I cannot vote for this motion to contribute to the next Conservative Party leaflet in Ely. So sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Who wouldn't want a better consultation? The problem is that consultations are often different. They have different reasons. They run in a different way. Sometimes a consultation is a legal process. It is more about a call for objections, a chance to find a killer argument or legal impediment to the project. Of course, a consultation can be a non-biased sample of residents' thoughts on a matter. Where there is a requirement to understand complex issues involved, a citizens' assembly might be the best way forward. Here, a random sample of residents are given the chance to spend some time becoming familiar with the facts and the implications. Consultations do, however, become unreliable when they are hijacked by mass campaigning, by a political party, for instance. The numbers and opinions go off in one rarefied direction, gaslighting the options, breadth, and history. Okay, take the Making Connections consultation, for instance. It was successful on one aspect in that it reached a lot of people. There was an enormous amount of engagement. If so many didn't want it, why the need to campaign? After all the money and effort was spent, the majority of residents didn't even know the name, calling it the fictitious title, the congestion charge consultation. Now, there probably were decent objections, but we will never know because it became more propaganda than consultation. And what happens when another group campaigns in the opposite direction? We get division. We get different factions. The current government might be interested in dividing people and causing conflict. And as I've said before, I think there's no way to run a country and no way to run a county. We should be looking for consensus, the win-wins, bringing people together. I will not be supporting this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. The recommendation is just that we ought to review our consultation procedures. I honestly don't think that's controversial. I know that Councillor Hunt has cunningly slipped in some other matters which are very dear to his heart, but they're just a gloss and they don't take swipes at anyone in the way that the first motion did. So I see no problem with this. And what's controversial? So I will be supporting it happily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Count, you reserved your right second to speak, so now is the moment.
Thank you, Chair. And there's been we've had a fair amount of commentary so far. A lot of people saying the actual recommendation is very acceptable, although some of the words that went along with it, or perhaps earlier on or during the debate, weren't. But the actual recommendation, there's only one thing, if it gets passed, that becomes something for the council to do, and that's to re-look at the consulting policy. And I've got to talk about what it means to consult, as far as I understand it. It's paramount of importance to engage, and we talked about who we engage with and how we engage with people. It's really important to value what they say. That's the second part, and I'll come back to that. The people that we talk to needs, of course, to be those impacted by any decisions we're likely to make, right? And we heard some talk about people inside and outside of villages. And we ought to handle those further deliberations in an impartial way. And I shall return to that. So if I take one of the examples that was given, the Making Connections consultation, Councillor Coutts has, and other people, regarded this as a huge success. So on the engagement factor, 24,000 plus respondents, huge success, agreed. But in valuing the voice, actually taking on board what was said, 0 out of 10. Because what happened next was the political parties fell out. They refused to discuss the consultation results at the Assembly by saying there's no point. And at the board, they said, there's no political will for this, so we're not going to go ahead with this at the moment. 24,000 people took the time, trouble to write in with views, comments, scores on the way things were done. And yet their voice wasn't valued. There was an automatic assumption, because the political parties fell apart, that the only question to answer was, should there be a congestion charge? So they just stopped. There was information in there about bus timetables that didn't work. There was information in there about what time people shouldn't engage. There was information in there about what was a priority to people. But you simply told 24,000 people you weren't interested in their views. But in terms of impartiality, that consultation was a flawed sales document. There is nobody that I knew that read that thought it was a consultation. It was a drive on behalf of the GCP and its political leadership to arrive at a certain point. It said, we have a problem. There is no other problem. We have a solution. We've discounted all other solutions. We want you to back it because it's fantastic. Point A, fantastic point B, fantastic point C, D, E, F, G. And by the time you got through 30 questions, it then said, how do you feel about the other thing, a little charge? That is not an impartial consultation. So yes, it was a huge success in the amount of people engaged with, but it failed on the other points. And this goes to what Tom Sanderson said, through you, Chair, that the Making Connections consultation followed robust procedures. I'm sorry, but a refusal to discuss the results of a consultation is not following robust procedures. I'm going to go on to a different one that hasn't been mentioned, the Mill Road Bridge consultation. That went to the Highways and Transport Committee in March 2023. I'm going to quote you bullet point 1.4 used to push through push for a TRO to shut Mill Road Bridge. The GCP consultation on Mill Road sought to demonstrate how proposals for Mill Road would work with the city access strategy. So we have a decision now that is wholly reliant on a consultation that went out working with the city access strategy. The city access strategy has been dropped and stopped, but you're going to continue to shut the bridge. That is flawed. That is not a proper consultation. And when we look at that consultation, in the results, 10% of those consulted travel along or through Mill Road to another destination. So much higher local residents, local business there. And we say that those impacted need to be consulted. The shutting of the bridge affected the 10%, but it was the 90% that were valued. CCC is the accountable body for the GCP. So that's why this is here. And we are the ones that are supposed to make sure these consultations are correct.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Hunt, your time to sum up is now here. It's not infinite either.
Thank you, Chair.
Steve, can you switch your microphone, please?
Is on. Is on. Thank you, Chair. This is all about not the detail. There were just examples quoted. My theory or my wish is to have what was right at the bottom of the motion is let's look and see how we're doing consultations. It doesn't seem to me to be right that when I go to a group of people and I find out that the future shape of their town, a town of 9,000 to 10,000 people, is being dictated by the responses of 6 people. And even then, 3 of the 6 said no. And I bet you your bottom dollar this scheme comes back again. I've just so you know, I'm supporting 20-mile-an-hour limits in Hadnam and Wickham because I'm confident and I've been involved with discussions and know how the people were asked. What did they want? And my only fear is that, yes, Tom Sanderson says, yes, there's a theory, yes, there's a set of rules, but are they really activated? I know one of the consultations in Ely Market was actually held in the back room of the library that most people didn't exist. And there was no signs downstairs saying consultation up here. And I know the fact that I was there for about 3/4 of the time the consultation was on. I think 10 people had signed by the time I left, and I left about an hour before it finished. So the marketplace was busy, but the back room in the library wasn't. I'm just asking that when the county council, as the highway authority, wants to do something major at high expense and high cost, that they ask the people properly and conclusively. And then if you have the people's wishes, then you are honor bound to stick with them. I always will be. I always will be listening to what people say. And I think it's so important because, of course, you can't ask everybody. Of course, you can't do it. But realistically, when you ask about the consultation, about making connections, and you'll find out that there was one consultation in East Cambs and no end in Cambridge, no end, and just the one. And the one I told you that went on in East Cambs was in the back room at the library. And it was a disgrace. And the people keep saying to me, and you know, Bill, we didn't know. Bill, we didn't know. And I live in Ely, and I spend a lot of time working on my computer because I'm in 2 councils, and nothing came to me. And I noticed my colleagues who belong to a different party said mostly, so they're almost agreeing, but they don't drop leaflets through my door. And they don't.
Councillor Hunt, if you can focus on the motion, that'd be really helpful.
Okay, I will do. I want the people who we all represent to have things done with them, not to them. And that will always be my mantra. And I hope it will be the mantra of the people who are elected to represent the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say there's not a general consensus in support of this motion. So we will move to a vote. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result is 15 votes in favour, 31 against, no abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you very much. That concludes discussion of the 4th motion. We now move to the 5th motion submitted by Councillor Shaler. Can I ask Councillor Shaler to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 8 to 9 of the Council agenda? Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Flexible working is no longer just a nice to have. It is good for people and good for business, boosting productivity, employee engagement, and staff retention. Ever since the invention of the internet, I've heard stories about skipping the rat race, moving to somewhere affordable next to a lake, but mostly it turned out to only be a dream. Today, due to second jobs, child and elderly care commitments, and the sky-high costs of accommodation and transport, it is becoming a necessity, minus the lake, unfortunately. Polling from working families found that 82% of UK parents would be likely to apply for a job that lists flexible working options, while only 31% would be likely to apply for a job that does not. In Highways, I recently saw a map of remote working percentages across Cambridgeshire. There are surprising numbers, 40% in the Northwest Cambs, for instance. This will clearly have implications for transport, broadband connectivity, and housing locations across the county. Councils are showcases for good practice. And in Westminster, both the government and the opposition supported the Employment Relations Flexible Working Bill. The civil service is a proud adopter of the Working Families Happy to Talk Flexible Working logo. Work flexibility doesn't only mean remote working either. Gov.uk lists 8 types of flexible working practices. 1, job sharing. 2, working from home. 3, part-time work. 4, compressed hours. 5, flexi time. 6, annualized hours. 7, staggered hours. and 8 phased retirement. At Cambridgeshire, we have been operating a flexible from the first day of employment approach. Options include part-time, job share, term time only, annualized hours, and a 9-day fortnight contract. In a recent employee engagement survey, 69% of our people felt they were supported to balance their work and personal life in a way that worked for them. And along with the recent changes that encourage employees to do outside charity and community work, this supports our communities as well. Flexible working is about how an organization empowers its people as unique individuals, how the organization supports employees to thrive. Our council is also progressing its action plan on equalities, diversity, and inclusion, which is essential when considering work patterns and flexible working. Therefore, this council is recommended to commit to use available opportunities to highlight best practice, including that of the council with local employers to promote the benefits of flexible working arrangements for both employers and employees. 2, write to the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority to ask the Businesses Board to encourage local employers to create more flexible working opportunities by advertising jobs as flexible, unless there are solid business reasons not to. To use the Happy to Talk flexible working logo and strapline on the council's job vacancy portal, which also lists the type of flexible working options on offer, including the right to request flexible working from day one of employment. And finally, to encourage recruiting managers to reference the flexibility that each role can offer when advertising council jobs as flexible, unless there are solid business reasons not to. Thank you, Chair. And I have a seconder.
You do. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. It's rare that we have the privilege of hearing a speech that is almost entirely written by officers as the briefing note, but there's a reason for that today. That's because everything in this motion, barring one item, was pretty much what we do at Cambridgeshire County Council. Flexible working, tick, 9-day weeks, tick, promote it, tick, 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 tick. About the only other thing we don't do is offer up this logo, flexible working, which comes up at interviews. We promote it at interviews anyway. So I for one, I'm going to support this. I know that it doesn't lead to a 4-day week, which for 5 days pay, which some people prefer. That would come at a different debate at a different time. This isn't a step in that direction. So I've spoken early because of my support for this and the fact that the County Council does 99% of this motion anyway, and urge the chairman to consider moving to the vote as early as possible.
It's not that festive season yet. Having said that, I don't have anybody else indicating that they wish to speak, which means that I will now call Councillor Hunt. Did you indicate?
Thank you, Chair. I know I'm small and I've got short arms, but thank you for noticing me.
Eventually.
I would almost repeat a lot of what Councillor Counts said. A lot of these things here are things we're already doing and things which make common sense. I will actually be supporting this because I think it's got a lot of good ideas. I just think we've got to be mindful all the time that we are a service for the population of Cambridgeshire, and anything that brings down a reduction in hours, or what you'd call, if you run a shop, reduction in opening hours, I don't think is a good thing. A lot of the people who deal with us are desperate and they need there to be someone there at all the reasonable opening hours. But being flexible amongst that, making the staff happier and more contented, of course, aiding recruitment better. I just put up that amber light that says, let's not go any nearer the 4-day week. We certainly don't want to follow the example of a neighbouring district council, and we don't want to have sort of government intervention. But everything else I commend Councillor Shadle on, and I will be supporting him.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you. Briefly, if I may, Chairman, I will be supporting this motion because I am and have for a long time been a supporter of flexible working arrangements in order to achieve the objectives of any organisation, whether that's in the public or private sector. But there are two things which I would like to emphasise. The first, which I think is very often forgotten, especially in the public sector, is that flexible working doesn't just mean working from home, of course. It can mean a whole host of different things. But if to have effective flexible working, you do need to have appropriate ICT facilities available, and you also need to make sure that management is properly trained to cope with flexible employee arrangements, and that all too often is not the case. And the second thing is, it's very convenient for those of us here to speak about flexible working. Many of us, most of us, are involved in the knowledge economy. And when you're involved on that side of the economy, flexible arrangements are very practical very often. But let's not forget, a very large proportion of the population is involved in retail, manufacturing, transport. And in those economies, flexible working is much more difficult, especially if you're talking about working away from your place of employment. So I think we must be careful to note there is a real gap here between the desire, hope, and expectation of those of many of us who are in the knowledge economy and those who have no choice but to conduct their work at an individual workplace. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. And I'll just make a couple of comments, given that there does seem to be unanimity in the room, I hope, in support of this thoughtful and timely motion. Thank you. I just want to really emphasize the point that flexible working can take many forms, but the essence of it is that it involves a respectful and meaningful engagement between employer and employee about how work is done. There's a great deal of research showing that this kind of approach improves people's intrinsic motivation at work, and with that comes better productivity and stronger commitment. It's not hard to see why, and I think we all acknowledge this. With flexibility, employees are able to balance work and other important aspects of their life, whether that's organising childcare, pursuing hobbies, or doing projects in the community. Many studies show that the majority of the working population in this country want to work flexibly, and nearly 7 in 10 of our council staff value the ability to do this now. Flexible working is therefore an essential cornerstone of our people strategy. It makes sense for employers too. Members may be interested to know that I wrote a book about flexible working. It was a very long time ago. Actually, it was 1995, another time when skill shortages were very much a concern. Prompted to look at this book again today, having not looked at it for a very long time, I have to tell you, it is hilariously out of date in many ways. The enabling technology that is referenced there is, you know, is slightly cringy to think about now. But the fact is that the key concepts about flexible working are exactly the same. This is not necessarily radical or new, but it is something that successful and forward-thinking employers are embracing then and now. And of course, there are objections to flexible working. It can challenge old-fashioned and ill-informed ideas about management practices and employment relations. After all, we used to refer to employment as involving a master-servant relationship. Obviously, that language is completely wrong for today, but sometimes it seems as if those objecting to flexible working, obviously none here today, but they're really wanting to hark back to less enlightened times, even if that means less productive, fewer long-serving, and more unhappy employees. In short, flexible working is an important fact of our working life in our council, and I hope you'll feel able to support this motion unanimously today with its welcome and thoughtful recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. And finally, Councillor Shaler. And given that you haven't written a book on this, I imagine you don't have an awful lot to add.
Thank you very much. I'll get right up to the book. I first, though, I must say that most of this was not written by officers. I was aware of the practices of the council through the work on the staffing subcommittee, though. I will acknowledge Councillor Boulet for bringing the original model motion, though. Chair, the pandemic might have been the trigger, but continued compounding pressures such as the cost of living crisis means flexible working conditions are more urgent than ever. Work flexibility is about much more than remote work or hybrid working or any one particular workplace flexibility program. True flexibility is about a practice of engaging with our people as whole, complex individuals and developing policies from this employee-oriented perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, there seems to be general consensus in support of this motion. If anyone disagrees with that, please indicate now. We shall proceed in that case to an electronic vote on the motion. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 44 votes in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the motions. We move next to item 13A as set out on the agenda. Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution, also on page 56 of this agenda. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided. The report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees in September is included on the council agenda at pages 106 to 125. A further report covering meetings held in November was emailed to members on the 6th of December and published on the council's website. Could you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the council's appointee on the board? Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. So this is on appendices 11, agenda item 7. Why is the leader of this council so keen to maintain secrecy about Dr. Nick as the mayor being found guilty of having done some things? Sorry, I've written this terribly. Especially details of his proven condoning of the actions of the person referred to as henchman. As the secrecy only is helping the guilty party side and the victims are being denied any voice or recognition. So why are you so keen to maintain secrecy? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger, if you'd like to answer the question, but you should not go into any details of the case.
Okay. I think that partly answers the question. So I'm not particularly in favour of maintaining any particular secrecy around this, and I don't actually think there is any secrecy about it. There's been a report published. There was a thorough investigation undertaken by an independent person, and undertaken and then scrutinised by an independent person. That process was then looked into at some length by the Audit and Governance Committee of the Combined Authority, which is a committee that consists of members from all political parties and is chaired, I believe, by an independent person. The report from that was published. There has been a code of conduct report. The report of the independent person is on the website of the Combined Authority. We spent over an hour discussing this, probably several hours discussing this, which I will never get back from my life, discussing this at the Combined Authority board meeting. And so I don't think there is any secrecy around it. There is a need to protect members of staff at the Combined Authority, past and present, not the henchmen who you're talking about, but other members of staff. And therefore, the entire details of what occurred are not in the public domain, because it would be entirely inappropriate for that to happen, not because of anything to do with the mayor, but to do with members of staff at the Combined Authority. But I do think that there is an enormous amount of misinformation circulating around in certain areas about what that code of conduct complaint judged about the mayor. And given this opportunity, I'm just going to read you one of the concluding paragraphs from that complaint. The independent investigator did not consider that the failings of the mayor damaged the reputation of the Combined Authority. The independent investigator's findings were serious, but the mayor did not directly act in a disrespectful manner to employees or to others, nor did he directly bully. The disrepute he inflicted was upon himself in his role as mayor, the political leader of the Combined Authority, due to his lack of leadership. So that's what he's been accused of. He was not accused. Well, he was not found guilty of bullying.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to refer to Appendix 11, this time item 18A. Why in the bus strategy update is there no recognition that bus services in the north of the county have deteriorated far more than in Cambridge City? A couple of weeks ago, Friends of the Earth published a report showing reductions in bus services across the country since 2006/2008. Of the 349 councils listed, the second worst reduction is in Fenland. Fenland now has only 16.2% of the services we had 16 years ago, the second worst in the country out of 349 councils. Cambridge City, by contrast, is one of the councils which has suffered the least cuts in bus services in the country. Cambridge City still has 64.1% of the services it had 16 years ago, compared with Fenland's 16.2%. Shouldn't the CPCA support for bus services be guided by need rather than by allocating a disproportionate amount of support to bus services in Cambridge City?
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer this question. So I think that the bus strategy and the work that's been done at the Combined Authority on improving bus services across Cambridgeshire is really impressive. I'm really pleased by the amount of effort that is going into that. I think the decision that there was quite a risky decision by the mayor a year and a bit ago to save several commercial services which were under threat, many of which were in Fenland, in fact, but in many other parts of the county. It was not an easy or a safe decision to do that, because then if it's not possible to keep those services going, then the Combined Authority is the one to blame for pulling them, rather than it being the commercial operators. A huge amount of work has gone on at the Combined Authority to make sure that all of those services are still running. And more work is going on in continuing to look at and attempt to increase the level of our bus service. On the particular question about comparing bus services in Fenland versus bus services in Cambridge, I think this is absolutely a question of comparing apples and pears. And I think a lot of the responsibility for the fact that bus services in our rural areas have deteriorated sits entirely with the Conservative administration when they were in control. They made decisions to reduce bus subsidy across the whole of Cambridgeshire year after year after year. And I remember sitting here and opposing those bus cuts year after year after year. What we have are services in places where there is high population density. That is what happens in Cambridge. It is also what happens in Huntingdon, in Peterborough. The areas where there is high population density is where it is possible to run a commercial service. In rural areas, it is not possible to run a commercial service, and therefore there is a need for subsidy. And at the Combined Authority, we are working really hard to provide that. Interestingly enough, the Cambridge congestion charge proposals were also all about that. That was what they were trying to do. They were bitterly opposed by members.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I would like to follow up on that. I could not believe it when Councillor Netzinger commended the Combined Authority on the work they've done on the bus services. This has been going on for over 4 years ago. They started a review of bus services. And yes, they have saved a few routes, but they're still no further along the road of actually telling us what they're actually going to do to improve stuff. Other than put up the mayor's precept, it would seem. So I am totally disappointed with the work of the CPCA and our representatives on it.
Councillor Netzinger, anything to add?
Well, just that 4 years ago, the mayor was James Palmer, and if you're disappointed with him, I'm absolutely with you every step of the way. He did nothing on bus services for 4 years. The work that's been done since has been very impressive. Actually, the work on franchising is progressing in a good way. We have the audit on franchising has moved ahead. There will be decisions this winter. The pace of change given since Mayor Palmer was voted out of office has been quite extraordinarily different. But it does take time, and that's because the legal framework bequeathed us by Mrs. Thatcher and her government makes trying to change the way in which bus services are run very, very difficult. But we are making good progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to item 7, if I may, and the breach of the Code of Conduct by Mayor Nick Johnson. I think it was fair what Councillor Netzinger said, that there's misinformation out there. But of course, how can we know? Because I discovered yesterday only a summary report was made public. And maybe that wouldn't matter if this was just a matter of shenanigans between councillors or in a meeting. But one of the things I was made aware of is that as part of this matter, a young autistic woman had to be provided with a personal alarm by the CPCA because she had fears for her safety. Now, that's now a matter of public knowledge, that piece of information. And that really worries me because we don't know what happens there. We don't know what that means. All we know is a young autistic woman had to be provided with a personal alarm by the CPCA because she was frightened.
I think rehearsal of those comments, regardless of whether or not they're in a public domain elsewhere, is not suitable here. So if you could get to your question, that'd be great. In very general terms, please.
I'm unsure what rule I broke, Chairman, but okay, if you say so. I find it difficult to reconcile that a report of such gravity should be secret. And Councillor Netzinger, I just ask as our representation there that you join me in and the Conservatives in calling for the full report to be made public. Now, I understand what you said about the victims. I would be happy with a full report with the victims' names redacted, but the information should be out there, if only to protect Dr. Nick. If he's not done anything wrong, as you seem to be saying, or not the things people are suggesting, then the full report will make that available to us, won't it? But we don't know why that happened, and lots of people are really worried about that. I mean, it's not just a joke. I was horrified to hear you all laughing a minute ago. This is not a funny matter, is it? Please, would you come with us and just suggest that the full report be made public so we can all know what the hell is going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Netzinger, can I caution you, please, to, again, talk about the generalities rather than specifics?
Thank you. I think it is really important that we are clear about what is misinformation and what should not be discussed. So the information which is in the public domain is very clear. Nick Johnson was not accused of bullying. He was not found guilty of bullying. It was made very clear in the board meeting that none of those types of allegations about people feeling unsafe were found in the report relating to him, and that the independent and the criticisms of him, as I've quoted in the paper before, were about failure of leadership. That is what he was found guilty of, a failure of leadership within that organisation. Now there are many other, as I've said, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think having things like what you've just quoted in this meeting doesn't help with that misinformation. Information like that, which relates to concerns by members of staff within the combined authority, may or may not be relating. It's not clear who it's relating to, and making allegations and implications about where that comes from is really unhelpful. So I think we have to stick with what is in the public domain, and what is in the public domain is very clear that while Nick Johnson was found guilty of lack of leadership, he was not found guilty of any kind of bullying, and we need to be really clear about that.
Councillor Tierney, you have the opportunity for a supplementary, but before you do, I'm going to caution Council, because it is important that you stick to and refer only to comment that is in the public domain and published by the combined authority. To do otherwise is potentially libelous and is a potential breach of the code of conduct. So that caveat isn't specifically for you, it's for any member who wishes to continue down this path.
Thank you, Chairman. Everything I said is in the public domain, and the questions I asked had no allegations. I asked a question, and it was, of course, not answered. Now, I'll just try and follow it up a little bit, because there is a term that's in the report that you will have seen that says henchman. The nature of the word henchman is somebody who is working on behalf of someone else, and as we know, the Code of Conduct did find that Dr. Nick showed a lack of leadership. Now, people make connections with that. I'm not making the connection. The connection is plainly obvious. And we would know the answer. There'd be no misinformation. You wouldn't be able to throw that silly word around if the full report was published, because then we would know the truth. I mean, this council is supposed to be the Transparency Council. Why are we hiding the report? Redact the names and put it out there. Let's know what happened. People want to know. This is not a trivial issue. It's a serious issue. Please support me. Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger, any further comments?
I think my comment is to encourage as many people as possible to read the report, because the report is very clear. It's been very well set out, and it does not overstep the legal mark. The word henchman is in that report, but it's very much in inverted commas, and it refers to that word having been used by somebody else. So I think I just would encourage every member here and anybody who is interested in this to read the report, because that is where you will get the most clarity on these issues, not necessarily by reading Twitter.
It was ever thus. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Same appendix number, but this is on the financial strategy. In terms of the buses, I think in terms of finance, we all recognise you get your money from somewhere. Part of that's the mayoral precept, which he's planning to put up from £12, which didn't exist the year before, up to £36, a 200% increase. And he claims it's to use to subsidise the buses. All right. Now, at the end of the day, the money goes in the pot, the money spends for various things. And I want to quote something else that the combined authority is spending their money on. To help with the cost of living crisis, it is proposed that a significant part of the revenue headroom in the medium-term financial plan, £3.85 million, along with £550,000 of the bus service improvement plan money allocation mentioned above, be used to reduce the single fares for those under 25 travelling on buses within the region. So effectively, the same amount of money, or similar amount of money as the mayor is raising, is not being used on subsidising buses, but in fact subsidising those under 25-year-olds. Can I ask Lucy, Lucy Netzinger, through you, Chair, if she understands that and whether that is in fact the correct situation, which I'm reading from?
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
I can't be very precise about whether it's the correct information, but I think if it were, and I'm perfectly happy to accept that it is if you're reading it out. I think that subsidising transport for under 25-year-olds in this country is actually in this county is a really valuable thing to do. I think that making sure that our young people are able to access education and employment is something that we should all be working to make happen. It has a huge, the lack of access to information and education and employment for young people, particularly from rural areas, but also who live further away from the areas of key employment, has a huge impact on their potential earnings and their potential careers. And I am very supportive of anything that makes it easier for young people from across the county to access better education and employment. So I don't have any shame in thinking that that's a good way of spending money.
Councillor Cant, do you have a follow-up?
So we've heard from Councillor Netzinger that the vast majority of services are those in urban areas, and those in rural areas are vastly missed out due to historic reasons. This means that the vast amount of people under 25 years old will be probably located in or near Cambridge City. So I have residents paying £36 a year in Christchurch. I have residents paying £36 a year in Turves for no bus service at all, but they're supposed to subsidise somebody who might be 22, 23 years old on a Saturday night to go out into the town to have a drink when they can get a bus back past midnight because it'll help with their cost of living crisis. This is an ill thought through policy. This really is. And it absolutely favours Cambridge City and centric thinking.
Councillor Netzinger.
So I'm really shocked to hear Councillor Count opposing something that would improve access for young people to education and employment across the county. I do recognise that we need to increase the number of bus services and that this will help people who live in areas where there are bus services. But there are bus services in much more of the county than just Cambridge City. And I think for him to be painting this as something that's just going to allow it's such an appalling way to talk about the young people in our county, to think that this is a waste of money because it might allow them to socialise on a Saturday night, when actually so much of it is also about giving them access, maybe to get a job, but maybe to get a job working that works late nights in Cambridge, maybe to get a job that works late nights in Ely or in Cottenham or in any other pub across the county, where actually there are a lot of people who can't get those kinds of roles because they cannot drive home in the evening. And I just want to remind everyone in this chamber that even in Fenland, where the bus service is indeed not very good, there's a very significant proportion, and I think it's about 15% of households have no access to a car. It might even be higher than that. And so those are people who at present are locked out from many of the opportunities in our county. And I think making sure that they have access by better public transport, and this is a step on that road, is really important.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden, I'm going to stop shortly because we only get 20 minutes, so you've got 1 minute.
Thank you. I wonder if the leader would care to just correct what she said earlier on the subject of Nick Johnson and the conduct charge. I'm going to be very strict in sticking to what was published in the CPCA report, particularly paragraphs 7.30 and 7.33 for anyone who wants to look it up. In those paragraphs, it was made clear that the investigator found that the mayor had done much more than just had a failure of leadership, as we're told, but that he had condoned unacceptable behaviour. And the investigator said, and the actual word was given here, that the mayor's denial of that was implausible. Now, that's what was actually in the report, which was in front of us at the CPCA board. And I think that saying that it was merely a failure of leadership is just giving protection to the mayor, protection to the perpetrators of the behaviour which took place, and is denying the right of the victims. And to say that this is being kept secret because of the victims of the behaviour which took place is completely false. The victims actually want the publicity. They want it to be clear what happened because their voices have been absolutely silenced.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Technically, Councillor Netzinger, we are now out of time on this. Not just technically, we are actually out of time. So I would suggest that you perhaps do a written response to the comment that Councillor Bowden has just made. So moving on, can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Goldsack, because obviously Councillor Bradnam has got COVID and sent her apologies. The Council's appointee on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, again, 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. And I should have taken this opportunity to apologise for not inviting Councillor Hoy to submit a supplementary previously. I hadn't turned the page. Councillor Goldsack, any questions for him? How splendid. In that case, we move on to written questions. No questions were notified by the deadline, so that concludes the business on the agenda for today. Thank you for your contributions and have a wonderful Christmas and a safe drive home. Oh
Merry
yes, can you
Christmas,
please, can I remind you, if you wish to sign the card for Councillor Maguire, now is the last moment.